Why you guys have me laughing in the background? I mean, to all the texts or messages, whatever, comments. You guys are counting at me. What I was like, she's here. You guys are crazy. Melly better not be talking to any Parma girls. Oh my gosh. It's just, there's so much drama going on right now in the YouTube community. If you do not know, I've been covering that hidden true crime stuff and they just went live. So I was like, wait, I almost canceled. But I was like, I love my Beyblades. Haven't been live with Kenzie Tex. Why do I feel like as I said, I haven't been live in a minute. Hi. Hi, hi, hi. Okay. So you're all fighting. We're having hi, welcome back. We thank you for being here. We are doing a late night reading tonight for the Kenzie Tex. Let's start from the beginning. Hello, welcome. Hi, I'm Melly. You guys can hear me and see me okay and everything because there's just been a lot going on here. And hello, welcome. We are covering text messages between Mackenzie Shirilla and her boyfriend, who she unalived by driving into a wall at 100 miles per hour. If you're not familiar with the case, please do get caught up. I do have a playlist. You know, some of those videos are from when I first started my channel and they kind of suck, as in like the background and me talking and stuff. So just like get over it and just watch them and then it gets better. I promise. But hi, hello. Yes. I will put chat on the screen. Thank you for reminding me. I saw a bunch of you pop in here. Am I going to take roll? Yes, I am. I can't tell who everybody is. Why does YouTube keep doing this to me? Hey, Mama Silk. I saw potato. I didn't think I would be this invested in these. Yes. And if you're come here and you're a new subscriber and you're into true crime and then you come here and you're like, why is she just reading these crazy ass text messages? It's a thing. Like you have to get into the Mackenzie Shirilla case and then get all the details and then you'll understand why we're all obsessed. We are getting kind of towards the end. We're in the month of February 2022. I did start in 2020 and I am so damn proud of myself. I do want to let you guys know I am still being harassed. Oh, take housekeeping. I am still being harassed by this channel that thinks that I took her channel down because of Mackenzie Shirilla content. And so I'm going to talk about that in a different live, but she's straight up harassing me and leaving me comments and being like, Melly, you took my channel down, like all this bullshit that isn't true because I guess I reported her channel and YouTube was like, period, we're going to take it down because Melly said so. And I'm like, I hope you guys can tell when I'm being sarcastic and when I'm being a petty ass bitch. But yeah, so she is still harassing me. And the thing is I was one of the few people that had it, and she wants to say that I copied her, and that's not true. She knows that, and so I didn't have her channel taken down. Anyways, enough of the drama. Let's get into. I got a picture from Jamie. I don't know if you guys can see it. Can you see what it says? It says scoop. Do you see this? She had to send it to me because she knew about us. If you know about Scoop and you know about Scoop, like you scoop, I scoop, we scoop together, like it's a whole thing here. So anyways, there is that. Okay, I come with the tea today. I got some shit to talk. And then I got an anonymous message on one of my social media platforms, someone saying that they watch my lives and that they were watching me the other night when we were talking about, you know, the girl being pushed down the stairs. Do you guys, are you following? I need you to let me know if you're following because I'm freaking out over here. Okay, so they were like, we were watching your live about, let me just read you the message. How about that? I'm over here trying to explain. Why don't I just read it to you guys? And then we'll get into the text messages. Saying you're fucking late. Hello, Valerie. What? I can't even talk. Valerie. Hi, Natasha. I saw someone. Thank you, Taz Mom. Gifted a membership. Who got it? Who got the membership? Why am I blind? Where did it go? Fuck. Who did it? Who did it? Hey, Ashbish. Thank you, Ashbish. Thank you, Taz Mom. You the best. I can't even see who got see what I mean about StreamYard? Yes, following. Ash, you're cracking me up. Hello, Tia. Okay. So you're following. So this person says this. Okay, I had to share with you guys because we're like a little Kenzie family here. Shout out. Oh, Tia. Okay, thanks, Tia. Yeah, YouTube, StreamYard been doing me dirty and won't show me. I'm glad you got it. Yay! Okay. Hey, Glenda. It says, "Hello, Melly." Ready? I hope this message finds you well. I am messaging on here to refrain from sharing my personal information publicly. I understand that you mentioned a situation involving Kenzie in your recent live stream, but I was present that night and can confirm that she did not push that girl down the stairs. These are the type of things that I get. Do you understand now? Do you understand? Okay, so someone is saying that they were there and it was not Kenzie. I don't know. You make your own opinion. You already know all opinions are welcome here. Keep it cool in the chat, please. I don't know. It says unknown user. Yeah. I hate those unknown user names. You know, it's like if you want me to believe that, then come out and say who you are and tell me the truth, right? Melly, everyone cheated, but I didn't. Oh, looks like I need to drop my email because Courtney is gonna tell me who cheated. Some of you think you are being sneaky. Who's trying to be sneaky? Just kidding. Okay, let's get started. Enough of me. Yep, yeah. I was just trying to give you guys all the information you need, okay, to know. Let me. Oh, this one is the one. I didn't cheat. Yeah, I don't know. I know who most of you are, and if I don't, oh, it's Natalie. If I don't know who you are, forgive me. It's not me. It's really not me. It's not you this time. It's actually YouTube. Yeah, I don't know why they keep going back and forth on the handles. Like, can they just get it together? And again, I am not getting anyone's channel deleted. So please, please, please email me so we can talk and have an adult conversation because I would not do that. And I would love to help, even though you're sending harassment to my page. I'm still going to be a cool enough person and help you if you just stop harassing me. Thank you very much. Moving on. Okay, we are. Hey, Uncry Me. If you don't know who we are, then we're done. Stop. Okay. So we read. I know. I've been a trader. I haven't been reading to you guys, but it's been a couple nights. I think maybe two. I don't know. We left off on January 24th. We're gonna read all the way through the end of February. So I don't know how long that's gonna be, but let's get to it. Do you want me to just come up? Hold on, I don't remember what they were doing. Did you try it? I don't know what's going on. Bring weed. Okay, yes or no. You there? Did you try it? Do you want me to just come up? He says, let me know, babe. Okay, now we're going into the 24th. She sends clothes. She says, bruh, on the 24th at 11:25 a.m. And forgive me for my reading skills tonight. I just read about 9 documents about hidden true crime on the other live. So definitely watch it, listen to it, and give it a like. Who's cheating? Who are we talking about? You guys. I'll let you know who I think it is. Oh yeah, Jules, you've been missing out. Okay, I can tell who most of you are. Why does YouTube do that? Seems like no one is adulting. Okay. Well, we'll have to kind of adult here. The person that Mackenzie didn't push the girl down was probably Natalie, her mother. You know what? There's other ones I get too that I haven't read tonight because I'm not going to get into it tonight, but let's keep going. So she says the beginning of that episode was Nate's dad. Him when he was young, says Kenzie. Dom says, oh, when he found out that he was gay? Damn, and he already met Nate mom? and got her pregnant? I don't know what they're talking about. She says, I know. Dom says, all the people, oh, it's a show. All the people on that show so relatable. That's why it's such a good show. Kenzie says, want to start planning spring break? Dom says, sure. Who's going and where in Florida? She says, Tass, Tess and Nat so far. Nat is, I know her mom's name is Natalie, but she has a friend named Natalie too, who they call Nat. I think because someone asked in the comments. Yeah. Tess and Nat so far. Dom says, question mark. Might need to talk about some, wait. Okay, so it jumps from, okay, yeah, it's 4:58 p.m. He says, question mark. Might need to talk about some shit for real. Kenzie says, like what? Question mark, question mark. 5 more question marks. 3 more question marks. 5 more question marks. WTF, she says. Oh, didn't get your one message. You need to help me understand some shit, says Dom. Kenzie sends 5 more question marks. What the F are you talking about? Dom says, why are you mad? Kenzie says, because you're being weird as fuck for no reason. Now, what are you talking about? Answer. Dom says, I asked if I could talk to you about something, but it seems like you're just mad. So never mind. I'll talk to you about it later. Kenzie says, I'm asking, what are we talking about? It's making me mad that you're not telling me. Like, are you okay? Question mark, question mark. He says, I don't want to tell you right now. I'd rather just talk to you. She says, what is it about? I swear to God. He says, you swear to God, why? Dom, I would start texting right now, unless you want problems, she says at 5:03 p.m. Because you're acting weird as fuck. I would start typing. He says, I'm not. She says, like right now. He says, you're acting heated AF. She says, I would start explaining right now. I ain't going to try to talk to you when you're mad, he says. Kenzie says, because you're not telling me after I asked 790 times. You have 5 minutes or we will not talk. Dom says, okay, fine. I guess we won't talk. Kenzie says, like, this isn't going to happen. You're not going to tell me you need to talk, then not tell me. Yeah, we're not okay. Text me when you're effing normal, maybe. Dom says, well, I wanted to talk in person, but you don't want to. And you're heated, so I'm not going to try to talk to you about anything, says Dom. He says, what are you doing right now? Here, call me. I'll tell you. Question mark. She says, okay, cool. Dom says, like, I just want to understand why you post like that. I know to look cute, but I feel like you can still look cute without posting as provocative. Oh, so Kenzie was posting provocative pictures, and Dom was like, I'm not into it. That's wild. Yeah. Uh-oh. I guess Kenzie was showing that kitty or something. I don't know. But you can still post without being as provocative. Like, I for real just want to understand. Every other dude would be coming at you aggressive AF too. For real, I'm being cool. And you're being immature by just hanging up on me. Kenzie says, you sounded secure. You sounded insecure. Text me when you grow some balls. Sounds insecure is what she meant. She did typo. And he says, nah, because I'm not trying to be like misogynistic or some shit. Yeah, other dudes would be way more insecure than me. Like, what makes you want to post that though? For real. Why can't you answer that question? Kenzie says, I thought, whatever the F, I don't need nobody's opinion except my own. Now get the F out of my business. Yo, if my boyfriend was talking to me like this, which I would never talk to my boyfriend like this, maybe I did once or twice in my life when I was in a toxic relationship. But like, as far as being an adult in a good relationship, like that's crazy. Because you guys have to remember, she's 16 here and he's 20. Am I right? Am I getting it right? No, it's 2022. She's gonna be 18. Just kidding. So she's 17 and he's 20. Hey Ruth. I have to grow balls. But he called her insecure and she flipped. Exactly. Next sentence will be, where are we going to? Charlie? Anyone? Oh no, I'm gonna get hungry. It was flipped. He wants to talk in person. She didn't this time. That's what I'm saying. She's so rude. I know. I know. Okay, so she says, now get the F out of my business. It's literally a trend to post in the bikini. Look at Kendall Jenner's Instagram, you effing weirdo. Stop trying to sexualize me. Oh, hell no. Oh, hell no. Oh, hell no. Oh, hell no. What are all these noises that I'm gonna play one of these. Oh, okay, I'm not gonna play that. I don't know what that was. Um, yeah, what? I know. D I don't know. It was just the rest. Did you guys hear that noise? I hope not. Um, could you hear that? The wait, I don't know. Okay, let's continue. She says, "Stop trying to sexualize me." Dom says, "But what makes you wanna post it?" Kenzie says, "I can post whatever the F I want. Leave me alone. Stop being an effing bitch, or you can be single." Wow. Her bikini pics were over the top for 17. Here she comes with the threats and the abusive verbal abuse. If you can't handle this bad bitch, then effing leave. I don't care like what the F. Don't try to make me insecure because you are. You were doing so good this morning too. Like what the F? Dom says Kendall Jenner gets paid to post that. And she's a thought anyway. Uh-oh. Yeah, I know. She keeps threatening. Dom, leave her. I know. I know. Ellie, I saw today in a Facebook group that Natalie has been watching your lives. What? Email me. Screenshot. Email me. That's crazy. No way. Mm-mm. Play that sound every time Mackenzie says something stupid. Oh, yeah, no. That's crazy. She says, I can honestly give two Fs. I'm going to post whatever I want. Dom says, but like, why do you post it? I still don't get it. You said before, it's cute. That's all I got. Kenzie said, I like the picture, so I post it. You really can't understand that. You need mental help because you sound dumb as F. I will block you, she says. Dom says, yeah, but how do you think other people view our relationship then? Oh my God. Dom is like right on it. She says, I thought you were all about what it is to us. Literally, stop being an effing hypocrite. Get the F out of my text. He questions her message. He says, how am I being a hypocrite? So you like the picture, and that's the only reason you post it. There's no other pictures you like. And you don't think about how other people would view our relationship from it. Kenzie says, I don't really care what other people think about our relationship. Dom says, so why do you post it? What makes you post that and not another photo? She sends an audio message. And then he says, but you can't take it out on a different person. But you can't take it, but you can't take one in different position. Oh, my bad. He says, but you can't take one in a different position. Kendall Jenner's isn't even in that position. Let's see how many saves are on that picture because you know it's not girls saving it. It's kind of weird. You can't really answer these questions. Question mark. She says, comments of the post. Dom says the comments are the same in about every post. So why that one in that position? Because if you posted a different one, all the same people would still comment. You took an hour to say the comments. I thought before it was just because you liked it. Kendall Jenner's isn't even in that position. So where do I find girls found out where do I find out why girls post like that then? All the same girls who are friends with you are gonna comment no matter what. So whack, for real. I guess I'll ask someone else why girls post like that. Let's see what they say. Kenzie says, I honestly really don't care that much. Stop texting me. You're being annoying on Friday. And he questions it. He says, I'm being annoying on Friday. She says, sure. He says, dry AF. She said, yeah. She said, you get dry when you're insecure. Real men support their women. He says, I'm not insecure. You're immature AF for not understanding. I'm not mad. Look at that picture. I like the picture. I'm confused at why you post it though. And I'm mad at how that makes our relationship look and how people see you. No one really needs to see you like that but me. Wow. Kenzie says, I'm allowed to post whatever I want. Dom says, all I've made is valid points and you just say some dumb shit. Kenzie says, your points are only valid in your head. Natalie and Tess are laughing at you. He says, LOL, all my friends are saying you're posting like a thought. So I guess all the dudes think you're a thought. She says, I don't care, in caps. And then she sends Instagram links. And she said, send this to them. Wow. And she sends pictures. She says, I have hella saves on everything. If you don't want a hot girlfriend, go back to Parma where your access from. And he says, I go get attention. It's whatever. At 8:08 p.m. He says, I don't think I see none of your friends post that bad, and they're all single too. I have never seen a dude's girlfriend post like that. And you can't even barely tell me why you post that. Kenzie says, I told you 7 times. He says, yeah, you took hours too. If a guy cares about you, he's gonna get upset over stuff like that. If you don't like that, go be with some hoe. And then it jumps to the next morning at 9:23. She's sending him shoes. He said that Depop is not trusted enough to buy those from there. She says, I want them. I showed everyone in cosmetology that picture of you, and they all laughed, by the way. She's disgusting. How is she sending him a picture to buy her shoes? And then she's like, but you're disgusting. I am so over her shit. Parma girls live rent free, and Kenzie said, yeah, she's the insecure one. Like, she's insane. And she's so obsessed with, I know, Kendall Jenner. What's the obsession? I mean, I know she's pretty. I ain't knocking it, but like, get the fuck over it, Kenzie. You're not anything even close to that. If she's not bitching, she's asking for something, says Mandy. I know. She says, I showed everyone that picture of you and everyone laughed, by the way. That's so mean. She says, I thought I would let you know since you care about what people think. Dom says, I post it for me. I don't care. She says, yeah, reply to this matters. So I would reply and think. He says, they'll probably all think I look good anyway. She says, yeah, I will never have sex with you again. This is on the 25th at 2:31 p.m. He says, why? So weird. She says, you actually disgusting pig. What? No. Why is she like this? She's so mean. She just called Dom a disgusting pig. I was gonna pull up this. Yeah, that's just hella mean. Um, he says, I'm just trying to show you double standards. She says, no wonder you never had a girlfriend. You just make women insecure. I would apologize or we're breaking up. I'm dead ass effing serious. Dom says, Kenzie, I asked every valid person possible, and they said they never let their girl post like that. Kenzie says, I would apologize or we're breaking up. Dom says, about what? Kenzie says, and I'll just sell all the designer you got me. Dom says, are you going to apologize? No, Dom. Why are you even asking? Poor Dom. Like, please. Oh my gosh. She says, I wish we were there for Dom. Like, if we were Dom's friends, we probably would have saved Dom. Literally. Well, I don't know that we could actually get this monster away, but at least we would try, by being good friends. She's just mean. Yeah. Natalie, if you're reading this, you raised an evil person. That's what Carrie said. Yeah. I second that though. Hey, Olivia. I'm glad you made it in. Good to see you, love. True. Yeah. Okay. She says, I would apologize or we're breaking up. You have 5 effing seconds. I would apologize right now or you're going to be single. He says, Kenzie, I'm sorry I make you feel insecure. She says, I also need apologies from Kyle and Blair. He says, why from them? She says, you don't make me feel insecure at all. It's more for you. If you don't apologize to me right now, we're breaking up. I don't want to have to do this, but I will. This is not how a relationship works. If you don't apologize right now, I will break up with you right now. Dom says, Kenzie, you can't hold me to different standards than you. She says, I would apologize right now. This is your last chance. Last chance, she says. She says, this reply is critical. One last effing chance. Dom says, I'll apologize, but you have to apologize too. Kenzie says, do you want to fix that? Because I'm blocking you in 5 seconds. I'm giving you 10 chances to apologize. And if you do not start typing a well thought out apology, we're effing done. Like, if your next reply isn't a paragraph apology, I'm breaking up with you. Dom says, okay, but after I apologize, I'm gonna ask you a couple questions though. She says, we're done. He says, I was just typing my apology, but I guess you never deserved me anyway. She says, you had like 10 chances and still haven't typed the apology. Still. Like, you're still not typing it right now. Dom says, I don't know exactly what I'm apologizing for, to be honest. Because he says, yeah, so we're done. Maybe you can go test out Hannah's open flap, your PUSSY again. It will probably feel really nice like the old days. She's saying basically go F Hannah again. She says, yeah, we're effing done. You effing dumbass. This is how a relationship works. You don't try to make me feel like shit because you're insecure. Dom says, I'm sorry I made you feel this way. I guess I was just trying to show you double standards. She said, last effing chance. He said, Kenzie says, because I will actually come to your house and break all of your windows in with a bat and we will also break up. Dude, what? I'm not surprised, but I'm surprised. You know what I mean? At least we know Kenzie won't be able to bother Dom in heaven because she's not going. Facts. It's crazy how Mackenzie could do whatever she wanted, but she would have a fit if Dominic did anything. Yeah, I know. Wow. He says, um, that's crazy. He says, I was just trying to prove a point like this shouldn't make our relationship end. Kenzie says, you have 5 minutes. If you do not start typing right now, honestly, I'll just call the police to your house. So start typing. Start taping, she says. He says, help me understand so I can understand you and apologize. She said, start typing right now. Dom says, because I still don't get it. Kenzie says, I would start typing right now. You're not realizing you're actually going to be single. Dom says, I said I was sorry, but for real, I don't get it. Like, why can't you show me? She says, are you for real? Like, are you seriously not typing an apology right now? I'm throwing all your shit in the snow. You can come get it. It will probably be ruined though. If you expect to go anywhere with me or anywhere with me, I need a handwritten apology right now. I do not like disgusting pig man. You're effing repulsive. You know how we talk about all the time about how she feels like very resentful over the whole cheating thing? I don't think it's that. Like, sure, I think that plays a role in this. She is like, she hates Dom. Like, she literally does. This is I don't have any words. She said, "You're repulsive." Like, yeah. Don't you have some pedo people? Go show your cookies for $1, Miss Beat. I know, Natasha, I know. And this is her soulmate. I know. That's why I'm freaking out. I'm like, yeah, Lorianne, I really hate this girl. And I don't hate anyone. I think hate's a very strong word, but like, I might actually want to fight this girl and do a few days in the jail. Like, I might just take that risk. Just kidding. Just kidding, everyone. Calm down. Someone's gonna probably clip that and be like, oh my God, Melly wants to fight everyone. She's so abusive. She's crazy. Don't watch her. I was just kidding though. Who ran the car into the yes. She needs new clothes, new nails to feel good about herself, and she still doesn't look good. She feels that way because she is that way. You know what I mean? Like she feels m- mean and gross and angry, and so she puts that out there. You're not crazy, Melly. We got your your back. Thank you, Eddie Vans. Hi, Nancy. Hey, Angie. It's not hard that way. You know what I mean? Stop abusing me. I just feel like I can't handle it anymore. I feel for Dom. How did he handle it? She says, "You're effing repulsive." He says, "All I try to do was show you that you can't have different standards for each other." She says, "All your stuff is outside. I'm literally serious, and you still have to apologize like we're done. No, you can actually go." Did she mean to say unalive yourself? Because she says, "No, you can actually go be yourself now." He says, "I'm sorry. I love you." Don't say that, Dom. Don't say that. No, I don't recommend anyone to go to jail. I just need to say for YouTube purposes, please don't go to jail. You despise her. I know. I know what you meant, Michelle. She definitely did on purpose. She's evil. Now, the more we read these, I'm like, yes, it was all intentional. It was all intentional. That's sad. These were the last months of his life. Remember the horrible Christmas he had. And now remember, and now this. Like he literally was miserable. He didn't even get, I will pay your bill. Thank you, Rochelle. He had a horrible Christmas. He she gave him the last horrible holidays of his life, the worst Valentine's Day ever. Um, Probably we haven't got there yet, but I'm assuming like everything's just been bad. Okay, so she says you can go F all the BITCHES again, like how you used to be. Dom says, I only do all of this because I care. Kenzie says, no, we are done. Dom says, but okay, fine. He says, bye. She says, no. He says, a man who cares will act the same, but I guess you don't want me to care. Kenzie says, you're literally a disgusting effing pig. You just push all your insecurities on me because you're literally the worst thing that has happened. I gave you over 20 chances to type an apology and you still have not. I would never say those mean things to you, says Dom. Well, she said the part about the apology. I gave you over 20 chances to type an apology and you still have not. And Dom says, I would never say those mean things to you. Kenzie says, you just realize I'm just going to go get a sugar daddy and start selling feet pics and I'm going to be doing just fine. So this is really your last chance to handwrite me an apology or fix this or we're really done. I'm giving you 10 minutes starting now. Ew, Kenzie, you're disgusting. The way she treated him when he was terrible, the way after his death, I know. You know what? I take it back. She deserves it. She was so evil all the way around. Thank you for mentioning that. Who was that I was reading? Jules is sweet. Yeah. She was evil all the way across and she killed them by driving a car at 100 miles per hour. Like, you know what? I'm done with her. Thank you. Thank you, Michelle. I know you'll have my back. Can you imagine how dirty her feet are? Ew. No. Moving on. He says, okay, get some fake love. That's short-lived. She says, remember, this is your life because I will also call the police. There she goes. He said, like, that's so gross. She says, 10 minutes starting now. Dom says, a sugar daddy? I don't get how you've come to this. I really do love you. I don't care how tough our relationship is. I'm committed. You can go throw that fake away. You can go throw that away for some fake love. Kenzie says, I don't see you typing a paragraph long apology right now. Like, I'm serious. You only have 5 minutes left till you're single. Dom says, or some people who just want you to F. Kenzie says, you have 5 minutes left. I would start typing the apology. Dom says, but I'll be here forever if you let me. She says, I would start typing right now. 5 minutes left. Dom says, I don't know exactly what I would be sorry for besides posting and being a dick, but I was trying to prove a point, and any other dude would be just as mad as me, babe. But like I'm telling you, no one is going to be by your side or have your back like me. No one would do the things I do for you. I want to give you the whole world. That is really sad. Wow. That's crazy. Um, she says, you have 3 minutes left to apologize. This is not looking good. Dom says, I don't know exactly what to apologize about, and I still don't think you're seeing my point of view. But I'm sorry, Kenzie. I love you. I don't want to offend you or upset you or make you feel insecure or any of that. I just wanted you to see my point of view. He says, I only make that big of a deal because that's how much I care. When I was your age, I probably wouldn't have gave a shit. And I'm gonna say it again. I don't care how toxic our relationship is. I'm still always be there for you. I don't know normal love. Oh my gosh. That's what Dom said. My whole family was toxic. We can be toxic forever. I don't give an F. Ooh, that's exactly what's going on here too. Like, actually, Dom, you're not far off about yourself. Hey, Callista. Like, you did experience a lot of horrible stuff in your life, and you're realizing that it has become what you saw in your environment is now how you're what you realized you've become. Like, that's so damn sad. I know. We're all like, wow. I know. This one's a sad one. Let me get a drink, okay? Just wait. Okay. Thank you for your patience. Thank you very much. Okay. He says, I don't care. We can be forever toxic forever. I don't give an F. He says, I just would rather know I have someone by me through thick and thin because if my mom goes, I have nothing. I don't trust Angelo or Toph or my dad or anyone. I trust you and my mom. So play as you choose. Just know I care. Why are these going to make me like cry right now? I don't know. I'm starting to get really sad. Are we going to cry together? Really? I expect a hand apology for making us wait. Not you calling me out. Um, is there a quote like the best things are worthy of waiting for or some shit like that? That's my response to you. She just wants to torture him. I know. Wow. She says, you're really going to make me do this, huh? Like all about pointless typing and you still didn't apologize? He said, all that pointless. How? She says, I don't know if we can be cool or okay or anything. After what you just put me through, she says. He says, "Why? How?" Like, what he put you through, how about what you put him through? Like, what are you talking about, you narcissistic human being? She says, "I don't give an F. I'm not seeing your point of view. I don't give an F if you love me or if you don't love me. As soon as you comment on something that I'm doing and post your literal penis on your main Snap story, there's a problem." You're going to post a picture of me on your main Snapchat right now, and you're going to apologize publicly. Wait, so he went and posted something because he was mad? I'm confused. You posted your literal pee on your main Snap story. That's a problem. You're going to post a picture of me on your main Snap right now, and you're going to apologize publicly. I also need an apology from Kyle and Blair because they're not allowed to come anywhere near me or I will stab them, and I'm so serious. So you can be single or you can cooperate. Since you're still mature enough to not put the puzzle pieces together and figure out how to make things better for yourself. She did a typo there, Mackenzie. Learn how to type, you dumbass. So I would start typing right now, she says. Dom says, I just pulled up. You want to talk in person? She says, no. I would post on your story right now and start typing a public apology and a picture of me. Dom says, if you take down your pic, I'll do that. She says, I will literally crumble the joint up and throw all of your clothes outside and you will be single. So it's really your choice. You're already half single right now. Half single? That's not even a thing. What the hell is she talking about? Dude, the dirty little hamster. Ugh, don't get me started on the hamster. I know you guys want a concert from me again. Remember, guys, this was like me like a week ago. I want to pedal. Yeah, I know, Mallory. Please don't leave us. We need you here, Mallory. This is so sad. He was never going to be strong enough to leave her. I know. This is like 6 months till the crash. Yeah, February. Can I do basic math right now? No. Let's continue. She says, you're already half single right now. He says, let me in, babe, at 3:00 p.m. He says, just let me in. She says, leave now. Leave. Leave my house. You didn't apologize or do anything I said. We are not good. Dom says, let me in to talk. She says, I'm okay. He says, just do it. She says, do what I said first. He said, come on, no hurt in it. She emphasized her messages about apologizing publicly and posting a picture of her. Then she sends screenshot of the messages. She says, get the F out until you do any of this. Dom says, just talk to me. What do you mean apologize publicly? Kenzie says, if none of this happens in 20 minutes, we are done. I am dead ass. Dom says, I just feel like you're going to break up with me anyways, so just talk to me. Actually, I don't know. Just talk to me so we can figure this out. Come on, let's just talk and smoke a bong or something. She said, timer, it has started. He says, you don't get it and I don't get it. So who cares? We both don't get it. Kenzie says 3:30. He says, we can help each other understand though. She says, I'll be waiting on Snap. He says, let me in and I'll probably do all that shit that you want me to. She says, I'm gonna throw all your shit out the window. I would start typing and posting. He says, just let me in, babe. It don't gotta be like this. She says, you could be typing right now and posting the public apology and a picture of me. He says, nah, this isn't right. I'm gonna talk to you first. She says, leave my house or I'm gonna call my dad. You have 10 minutes to leave. All you have to do is post. He says, nah, talk to me. Talk to me first. She says, God, do I really have to just break up with you? I think it's time. Post it or we're done. He says, oh, fine. Oh, fine. Answer one question for me, though. She says, no. He says, you got to answer it first. No point in me doing anything if you don't answer this. He says, I guess I'm about to leave. I'm giving you one last chance to talk to me or I'm gone, I guess. He says, let me in for 1 minute or I'm gone. She said, so are we done? You're really not going to post a picture of me in a public apology? Dom says, you wouldn't talk to me. It's too late now. Kenzie says, okay, you're single. Dom says, we could have just talked real quick. She said, all you had to do was post. You just lost the best thing that ever happened to you. I wish Dom could see that she's just disgusting. And that's so not true. The worst thing that ever happened to him. Okay, midnight. I missed the hamster thing. Oh, Michelle, I was singing and dancing. You know, it was like a million after dark, if you know what I mean. Somebody needs to contact her to let her know these texts are out so we see the real Kenzie. Dun dun dun. She's gonna come for me because I'm reading them all. No, she didn't. Why does she think she is public apology? I know. She thinks she's like the president or something. She says, "You just lost the best thing that ever happened to you." Dom says, "All you had to do was talk to me." She says, "You may have money, but you're going to be depressed and never find anyone like me. And remember, I'm spiritual." Whoa. He says, "I hope I don't find anyone else." She says, "I told you you have till 3:30 to post or you're single. So you left and your time is up." It's 3:23. Mackenzie, you said 3:30. It's only 3:23. She says, "This is your fault." He says, "You didn't talk to me. All I said is all I would do all of that if you talked to me, babe." She says, "This is not how it works. You have 7 minutes." He says, "I have the right to talk to you for real. Not till you talk to me, babe." She says, "Okay, I'm just gonna throw this shit out. I'll text Hannah for you." She was really so jealous and insecure about Hannah. He says, "I don't care at this point. If you do all that, you don't love me. I love you and I'll never stop trying as long as you're trying. But I have to give the effort first every time. I don't think you love me. If you can't even talk to me too." If you and Kenzie says, "If you don't post on your story, you will never see me again. I will become your worst nightmare, so I would post right now." Dom says, "You have to talk to me." Kenzie says, like, "You need to realize you are about to not have a girlfriend and your girlfriend of 3 years is about to break up with you. Like, you are single right now. You don't have a girlfriend right now. Our anniversary is over. You need to figure this out because this is your life that you're playing with. I am the one that's 17. You're forgetting that you're an adult." There she goes. There it is. There it is, the threatening of reporting him to the police. I just can't. If only Dom had let her go. If only Dom had let her go and broke up with her and let her do all of this, he would not have been crumbled in a car crash at 100 miles per hour into a brick building. Like, it was brutal. Remember the cops in the body cam? I was thinking we should replay them because it's been a while since I have replayed them. Also, you know what I found on YouTube too? There's one channel that literally posts like everything that I post, she goes and does it. But anyways, I'm going off on a tangent here. Um, Melly can't wait for phone calls to hear Natalie tell Kenzie about some girl named Melly. That's hilarious. Um, Dom would still be alive, I think. Yeah, obviously, if Kenzie wasn't in the picture. But anyways, those text messages, that's where I was going. She's so dirty and vile, he can't even call the cops. So what, he would have done jail time for that? Even if they can prove that it was consensual, he would still have done jail time? Because he was 20, over 18? Like, how much jail time? Shit, I would have been like, "I'll do the jail time as long as you get the hell out of my life." Why didn't Tom have one person that had his back? I know. She says, "I'm the one that 17, you're forgetting you're an adult. So pick your effing point." So pick your effing point? That doesn't make sense. Dom questions it. She says, "If I was you, I would post, 'Do you have 2 minutes? Because I'm blocking you if you don't.' I would post because I'm blocking you at 3:30 and your stuff is about to go out." Dom says, "You won't even talk to me." Because he says, "I'm literally about to throw all your stuff outside. You have 1 minute. I will talk to you after you post, if it's good." He says, "No, you talk to me first." Kenzie said, "I'm literally throwing your shit out the window right now. Don't be mad if it has paint all over it." Dom says, "'Cause I don't think you're gonna do anything to change anything. Like, I'll do everything to change anything if you will too." Okay. Kenzie sends, I can't tell what that is. She says, "You're getting blocked in 1 minute. You better be posting right now at 3:29 PM." She says, "I'll be waiting." He says, "You won't talk to me." She says, "1 minute." He says, or apology. You or apology." And she says, "Your life is done forever." Is she like foreshadowing here? Is that the right word? He says, "How is it done?" She says, "Okay, we're done. I'm just telling you right now, you have a lot of making up to do for this relationship to work." I wouldn't reply and turn it on me at all. He says, "Okay, babe. We'll have a combo when it's convenient." He says, "I love you." Wait. Okay, yeah. So it jumps to 8:32 p.m. He says, "I love you." She says, "Why is it not convenient right now?" He says, "Let's talk in person." She says, "When?" He says, "Well, we could have talked a lot when I was at your house. I guess probably tomorrow." She said, "There's no food." So now she's like, okay, so now it jumps to the next day. Sorry, I forgot to tell you guys that right now. When she said there's no food, it jumped to the 26th at 2:44 p.m. She's such a bitch. And then she's like, "Feed me." She says, "Can you make me steaks right now? Like, there's no food in my house." He says, "Yeah, you can come with me to grab them in a sec." She says, "I feel like I'm going to puke. I haven't ate in 3 days." And then she sends 5 question marks. He says, Let me get dressed and I'll go." He's probably exhausted. She says, "I can come in the car." He says, "Yay." She says, "Hurry." He says, "Yeah, my bad. Had to get my underwear out of the dryer. About to be on the way now." She says, "Bruh." More question marks. He says, "I'm here." He says, "Here." And then she's sending, then it jumps to the 27th. She's sending him links and emojis to clothes and dresses, more dresses that are like really revealing. Um, Gloves. She says, "If you don't make this up to me by the end of the day, we're breaking up for good." Okay, so jump to the 27th at 9:40 a.m. So apparently there's something going on the phone or something. She says, "If you don't talk to me by the end of the day today, we're breaking up for good." He says, "How do I make it up?" I said, "I'm sorry and I'll get it." She says, "I'm also not texting you until this is fixed. You're a literal joke. I'm not telling you how to fix it. You're a big boy. You can use your small little brain and figure it out yourself." I would reply if I was you, because when I'm saying you're going to be single by the end of today, if you don't fix this, I'm serious this time. Then she says, "Clearly, you do not understand how to fix things. You just say you're going to change and then you do not because you're mentally ill." Dom says, "We're young. I don't care. You can do whatever you want to do. People get married at 30 type shit. I'm taking it too serious." Kenzie says, "I know you didn't just reply that." Dom says, "Not the relationship." Kenzie said, "You really just used your strike four." He said, "The little things." She says, "Like you really just said that for me to break up with you? Why didn't you just use your strike for why didn't you just use your strikes so I could break up with you in person?" Dude, strike? What the I can't deal with her. He says, "I'm taking the little things too serious." She says, Kenzie says, "You should have just said all this dumb shit in person so I could have dumped you in person." Dom says, "Look, Kenzie, I love you. You can do whatever you want. I'm not tripping." He says, "Sorry, I've been tripping so much. I got a lot on my head. Let's go to Luca or something," he says. She says, "I'm cool." He says, well, that's fine too." She says, "Yeah, you still need to make it better. It's still not okay. Like, I really hope this is an everyday thing of you of being anti-women. And I never want to see Kyle or Christian again, so you better not be caught with them." Dom says, "I'm not anti-woman. I'm more woman than I am for men. I grew up with only my mom in the house. What do you mean?" She said, "That reply was a joke, right? Like, are you still saying stupid shit? Like, after your fourth chance?" He says, "Look, let's just not talk right now. It doesn't have to be this deep. We're young." Kendi says, "Look, I would watch what you're saying before you're single." Dom says, "I have a lot on me right now and really stresses me out." What? It really stresses me. She says, "Because you're not at your sixth. You have a lot on you, so you're being anti-women and mean to your girlfriend or whatever you are." He says, "Let's just talk when it cools down. Because for real, like, I have anxiety about my mom every hour of the day. Sorry, I'm putting it on you. Like, I haven't been chill most of the time anyways." Because remember, his mom was in the hospital. She says, It's not going to cool down. I'm gonna be mad all day. Just like I've been mad for 4 days because you ruined my day every single day, she says. And it's 9:58 AM. He says, "So let me be me for a little. I won't say nothing to you." She says, "You wonder why I don't like men. Like if this relationship doesn't work, I'm going to be a lesbian. I'm ready to be over this relationship." I would be replying in under 5 seconds, she says. He says, "I don't know what to say to that. I'm sorry, babe. I love you. My heart just feels broken." Oh my gosh, Dom. He says, "I feel the way I do about stuff, then just don't think about it because everyone else feels that way, I guess." Kenzie says, "Now you know how I felt when you cheated on me with my best friend both times." She says, "When did you start caring what other people think so much? You used to never. And you're acting like you don't love me. You're acting like I'm some sort of toy and you have full control over me. And that's not how it works. Honestly, I would start figuring out how to make this better right now." Dom says, "No, I don't. I never act like your toy. I'm not that person. I don't know how to prove it to you." But, like, I would be cool with whatever. Back then, open relationship, whatever. I really wasn't emotionally educated. I used to just think love was an insecurity and you only need it if you're insecure, but that's what's wrong. I used to think sex was just busting a nut and making kids, but that's wrong. So then I started thinking the other way, that sex shouldn't be shared, but should be a private emotional connection between two people who love each other. And I'd never do any of that to anyone ever again. I don't think I'd be with you now then. I thought when I was 18, I'd get in trouble. I thought high school relationships would never last, and there's no chance. Kenzie says, "If you thought you would get in trouble when you're 18, why would you try to F Ava before you turn 18?" Dom says, "I thought I'd get in trouble being in a relationship with you when I was 18. I did all that shit when I was 17. I don't know what I was doing. I had a bunch of girls trying to get with me. I thought I'd just never see anyone again and I'd be no harm. Like, I'm sorry I was that person then, but I'll never be that person again." Dude, Dom is saying all the right things and I'm so sad. Yeah, I don't think she likes males. I don't know, Mallory, what she's even talking about. We lose brain cells when she talks. Literally brain cells. Well, that was foreshadowing, right? Poor Dom, I know. She says, "Still did it." Dom says, "I just want you to be able to be with the future me. I want to be able to be with the future Kenzie. I'm still a work in progress. I keep changing as a person too much. To to share, I don't know who I was 2 years ago, but that's how it's been my life." Kenzie says, "As long as you treat me good, support what I do, be there for me whenever I need, make me a stay-at-home wife, and spoil me, I can be the perfect girlfriend, but until then, Imma match your energy." A stay-at-home wife and spoil me? He says, "Kenzie, I wanna do all of that for you and more. Like, I wanna spoil you and we can make our house our home. I'm only 20 and we can run off and do things probably people couldn't do till their 30s. Just give me a little time. And the only thing I'm really gonna ask for you is to have conversations respectfully and try not to bring up the old me, because that's not me at all anymore." And then he says, question mark. She says, I'm allowed to bring out my trauma." He says, "Well, how can we figure this out, babe? I don't want you to pretend like that's still me." Kenzie says, "I don't know how I feel, like you still are like that a little bit." Dom says, "Kenzie, we haven't had sex in a year. Do you think I'd cheat on you again? I don't care about sex unless it's with someone I love. I don't want to give no other girl affection besides you. That's why I don't like the thought of giving your time and affection to anyone else so much right now, is because I actually care. Like, sorry, I trip about shit, but I just care. I used to think I never have kids have a house. I used to give myself comfort in unaliving myself. Like if anything went wrong, I would just unalive myself. I used to not care about anything because I thought at the end of the day I can just rely on unaliving myself. Probably because my dad used to tell me He was when I was a little kid. Okay, so Dom's dad had mental health issues. Remember, like, what he did to his mom? So I guess he got his dad's genes because Dom really is going through it right now. He says, "Whatever, don't answer if you whatever, don't answer if you want. They're still young. We're still young and figuring ourselves out, and I'm willing to hang around till then. Sorry, I'm effed up in the head." This is like the worst person for him to be with. It's like perfect for a predator abusive person to be so manipulative of someone who is so in such a like broken place. You know what I mean? That's really sad. I know. I bet you his mom is exactly like Kenzie. Really? He wasted too much money. What are they getting from this relationship? I don't know. Thank you, Nancy B. Appreciate you. Thank you for this super sticker. Really helps the channel. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Oh, did someone become a member? Did I miss it? Thank you, Nancy B. Sometimes I can't see like the chat because it's different on StreamYard than oh. Oh yeah, sorry, my computer just froze on my end. So I was like, oh yeah, Tony did become a member. Thank you. Oh, and then I saw Jakey. She got him so twisted with manipulation. He's now begging her. She got him so yeah, you're right. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I just saw those. I was in there like reading deep in thought. Thank you for becoming a member and the super stickers. You guys are the bestest. Is that a word? Anyways, okay. She says it's fake. She says it's fake affection for money for us, and I never actually did it. Wait, 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 wait. What? He said, "Sorry, I'm effed up in the head." She says it's fake affection for money for us, and I never actually did it. I don't get it. He says, Dom says, if you did though, it hurt me, babe, because I want to be the one to do everything for you. Kenzie says, well, I want a lot of things, and I don't have a job, and my mom doesn't buy me anything. Okay, Kenzie, it's not about you like it's not like you that's not okay, what? I'll have a good night. I know, shake my head. She doesn't get it. Like she doesn't know what love is. She says, I feel bad asking you for everything. Dom says it's gonna make me feel worse if you're gonna do something for some other dude to buy it for you. He says, I'm so mad. She says, why? He says, I just got glass in my hand. He says, call me. She says, how? He says, okay, and that was at 11:05 a.m. and then it jumps to 2:47 p.m. He says, "What are you doing?" She said, "Nails." He said, "Got you. I was going to see if you wanted to slide to the mall. I didn't grab them A1s yesterday." She said, "Oh, true. Yeah, I'm not trying to go to the mall right now. You can come over if you want to." Dom says, "Who's there?" Kenzie says, "Tessa, her sister, and Nat." Dom says, "I'll probably just slide to the mall with Blair and grab kicks. Then we can kick it later if you want." She says, "Do you want to go to town hall?" He says, "Just to eat or to a club?" He says, "Let me know where you would want to go." And then at 4 o'clock, he says, "I'm starving, might eat something right now." She said, "Soon? Me and Kendra are going to look at tomorrow. Do you want to come with us?" Wait, he's talking about right now, though. She says, "Of course, I'm always down to hit Luca. Should I get Sean or someone to go so we can drink?" Kenzie said, "It's for Kendra's birthday." Dom says, "So no. What time are we going for food?" "I asked you a bunch of times so I can be free," he says at 5:13 p.m., "but you didn't tell me the exact time." He says, "My bad. I can be back in like 20, I think. Let me see." She said, "It's okay. I don't even know." He says, "Yeah, it's probably like 5:15." She said, "Everyone's taking so long to get effing ready." Hold on, let me get a drink. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Reese Crows. Yeah, she something flipped because she used to be really crazy and controlling, but she got really bad. Like it's really bad. Who taught Kenzie that she deserves all of that? She said everyone's taking long as F to get ready. Dom says, "Well, I'll be back in 15 to 20. If y'all ain't gonna be, then I can go." That doesn't make sense. There's a typo. Kenzie says, "Just let me know when you're here because I'll get ready to go whenever." And then she sends a bunch of question marks. He says, "Okay, can we take your car?" She said, "Yeah, my mom's." He said, "Can't smoke then, right?" She said, "We can." She said, "I don't care. We'll just air it the F out." He says, "Okay, I'll bring Ozzy." She says, "Okay, cool." She says, "Where are you at 5:28 p.m.?" He says, "By Marathon and Sheets. I'm gonna stop at my house and grab Bud though." She says, "Hurry." He says, "I got you." She said, "Where are you at 5:31 p.m.?" He says, "At the house grabbing money and Bud if you want to just come here." She says, "Okay, cool." She says, "Bring a pen." Oh, no, sorry, bring a blunt. He says, "I don't got wraps. I don't got wraps. Can I bring a joint?" There's a typo. She says, "I can bring the joint you left." She takes a picture of it. He says, "I'll bring Bud and papers for on the way back." She says, "Okay, cool." She said, "The poster girl dress for Valentine." She says, "On the way." He says, "Let me know when you're here." She says, "Here." Okay, and she's sending here again. And then she says, "Only us." And then she sends him a link for the dress. More links for more dresses. More dresses. Okay, I don't know why she's sending him all that stuff. Okay, so that was on the 27th, and then it jumps to the 28th. She just uses him. She says, "You just effed up." So now it's the 28th at 8:49 a.m. She says, "You just effed up. We might need to actually break up. You literally do something every day." He says, "I didn't do anything. I just got a ride home. Like, how did I do anything?" She says, "We're breaking up, I think. It just feels like it's the right thing to do." Dom says, "I'm not going to pressure my mom into doing anything to the house with everything going on. But okay, Kenzie, break up with me." She says, "Like, you can't go day one day without doing something. I told you not to." Dom says, "What did I do?" Kenzie says, "You're literally disrespectful AF for no reason and unhelpful and reliable, and you make it extremely obvious on what your priorities are. Weed and Blair." Dom says, "Kenzie, but you're the one who has said mean things to anyone." Kenzie says, "I'm only doing what you guys do 10 times worse." So I think it jumped to the next day, but clearly something happened with her mom because Kenzie says, "I'm just matching you and my mom's energy." Dom says, "I'm not dealing with this right now. You're just mad and stressed out." Kenzie said, "Since you want to be on her side, you're literally not being very helpful if you can see that. Why are you being unhelpful AF? Like, why do you think it's just a good idea to leave when your girlfriend is literally having a stress episode?" Dom says, "I am being helpful, Kenzie. I've only helped." Kenzie says, "Because you're effing dumb and you don't have a brain." "No, you're not. I'm glad you think that, but you're not." She says, "See, like, what is wrong with you?" Dom says, "Kenzie, sorry, I want to go home and take a shit and shower and do normal things before the day starts." She said, "It's 8 a.m. You could have left at 9 or 10. Instead, you just leave in the middle of me freaking out. Like, we have problems again. And you still haven't made up any of the other times. Like, you're still being a DICK. And if you talk to my parents, we will break up. Just letting you know." He says, she says, "If you have any conversations," oh, wait, yeah, "with my parents, we will break up." He says, "Kenzie, I'm not being a DICK at all. If anything, I'm a PUSSY for how I let you talk to me. LOL." Yeah. She says, "Was that a smart reply? I would be replying in 5 seconds." Dom says, "What do you want me to say? Sorry, I'm in the 1% class as a 20-year-old. Maybe I can be in the 0.001% so I can buy you everything you want." She says, "You are so dumb. Like, holy shit. Is that what you really think it's about? Honestly, just don't text me. Go put your DICK in Blair's ass. Text me when you're going to make it up to me and be a good boyfriend." He says, "I'm locked out of my house. Give me a sec." She said, "Do you have your keys?" He said, "No, they're deaf in your room. I just climbed in a window though." He said, "Honestly, a pain in the ass, got snow everywhere and now my pants a little snagged." She said, "I'm just gonna go to bed." He says, "Look, Kenzie, I said I'd do everything you want me to do, but changing shit in the house gotta wait a sec because everything gotta go through my mom and she's super stressed and I know she's gonna get flustered if I ask her about anything big. I already broke the window next door. I'm just trying to put at least the least amount of anything on my mom." Kenzie says, "So you just can't do anything to your house until it just has to be boring?" Dom says, "No, I just cannot right now." She says, "Like, how is it supposed to be a house if we can't do anything to it?" Dom says, "I'm just going to remodel a lot of the house." Kenzie says, "Like, I can't even go downstairs in my own house because I hate everyone living in it. I'm trapped in my room all day. No wonder why I effing sleep all day." Dom says, "Well, there's a difference between a house and a rental. In a rental, you can't do shit to the house." He says, "You don't have Polaris?" She says, "No, I don't think I'm gonna go. I don't even wanna do hair anymore, so I don't even care." And then she sends screenshots of messages. She said, like, "WTF?" Dom said, "She's kinda being a bitch." Kenzie said, "She always is." Dom said, "Maybe somebody else been lying to her." Kenzie said, "So now I'm just gonna come in today and not wear a mask so she thinks I'm sick. I'm not sick at all. I just have anxiety and I feel like I'm gonna die." Dom says, "You should try to Wim Hof breathe or do a tapping meditation to help your anxiety. It's been really helping me with everything I got going on." Kenzie says, "I just want to die. Nothing is going to help. Maybe close a little bit. Right now, there's nothing to live for or going to prom with you. But I'm not going to, but I'm not even going to get a cute dress that I would." Dom says, "Life is a blessing, babe. Don't stress. Life has a plan for you." He says, "I'm going to help you find a super cute prom dress and I'll match your dress. Then we'll get a dope cabin and party all week." She says, "Okay." She says, "Do you want to go to Pennsylvania this weekend?" He says, "Yeah, where in Pennsylvania and what days?" She said, "We could go Saturday and Sunday." She said, if this big ass prom dress, please." He questions it. He says, "What, babe?" She says, "It's a big ass prom dress place, a whole street of stores." He said, "Wow, all the stores only hold have prom dresses?" She said, "Yes." He says, "Send the Addy." She said, "I don't know where. Hope does." He said, "Do you know what it's called?" She said, "No." He said, "Okay, just try to find where it's at because Pittsburgh ain't far, but if it's like in Philly, that's far AF." She said, "I don't know where. I want to go somewhere designer." Okay, get a job, Kenzie. If you want designer, get a job. Maybe clothes, dude. Don't even get me started. She never keeps any job. Oh yeah, you guys were already saying that. That's hilarious. She's freaking out and he left. Yeah, and then she's like threatening him. Poor Davion. I know. And then freaking please break up. I know. How does she not see how hypocritical she is? Typical narcissist. I know. Yeah, prom dresses for women with curves. Maybe clothes, only thing to live for. I know, it's ridiculous. Of course, she doesn't wanna do hair anymore. I know. Okay, I was just trying to read some of the yeah, she's obsessed with Skims. She says, "I wanna go somewhere designer." He says, if we can buy cash, that help a lot." She says, "For real? Why?" He says, "I'd have to explain to you on the phone. Really wouldn't get it. I probably only got, like, a band in my account too." She said, "Is it the same as buying a car in cash?" Dom says, "I need to claim taxes on the money to get the dress, and I can't claim taxes on any money right now. And if I did try to do it through my bank account, I'd get audited by the IRS." She said, I don't know what that is. Wow. I'm like done right now. Goodbye. We're not getting through these text messages. She doesn't know what the IRS is. I think I even knew what that was at 16, 17. Anyways, he sends a screenshot of something. He says an audit can turn into a tax evasion, which would mean jail time. She says WTF. Oh, does she not know what I'm dumb. Was she talking about the IRS or was she talking about getting audited? Either way, you're slow as Mackenzie. He says an audit can turn it into tax evasion, which would mean jail time. She said, WTF? He says, yeah, and Joe Biden made it so annoying. Anything over 600 has to be reported to IRS when it used to be 10K. So I can't even deposit over 600 into my bank account without filling out a form to the IRS. She says, dinner tomorrow, not tonight. Kenzie said she's going to a comedy club tonight for her birthday, but then we're going to dress up really nice and go to Luca tomorrow. She said, I got the days mixed up. Dom said, okay, that's fine. Do you know what you're wearing so I can match? She said, not yet. And then she sends a picture of something. He says, them hard. I'd rock them. Shoes. Kenzie said, they're only grade school. My friend just got them. Grade school? I don't know what that means. Dom says, that's kind of lit. They always, uh, wait, what? Oh, yeah, it is shoes. They always, all the typos, they always be giving the kids better shoes. And then he sends a screenshot of something. I think it's like a message. He says, oh, okay, yeah. So he says, WTF. I just never op you on social media. Oh, okay. So whatever that screenshot was. Oh, it was like a comment, I think, from Instagram or something. He says, WTF, I would just never op you on social media. She says, what happened? Dom says, Dom and his broke friends need help. Delete that. Oh, Kenzie posted it. Sorry, guys, I was a little slow there. I'm all, what? So Kenzie posted, Dom and his broke friends need help. He said, delete that. She said, oh, that's when I was mad. She said, I did. He said, that's not cool. Kenzie said, it wasn't cool that you were commenting on my body. I was mad when I posted that, and I'll leave it alone or get over it. She says, the winter it's in. He says, I never commented on your body. She said, the dress place. The winter, it's in Sharon, PA. He said, okay, let me see. He said, bet. He said, that's close AF. Hour and 20 minutes. She said, I know. She said, we're just going to have to go to Mount Union for us, but we can go alone too. I kind of want to just go with me and you first. He questions her message. He said, want to start doing yoga? She said, what the F? That's so weird that you say that because I was going to ask you that this morning. Do you want to go to Beechwood Mall today? I love how they just went from like fighting to this. He said, yoga's meditation. Meditation is good. Dom says, when do you want to go? Kenzie says, after school. We can find a class. Dom says, yeah, like when after school? She said, right after, 2:40. He says, I got some plays right now after school. Is there any way we could do another time or day? She said, okay. She said, just do that then. She says, can you get me Chipotle on the way home? She sends a ton of question marks. He said, maybe just get it right now. I'm hungry. She said, what? She says, I'll come with you if you go now. She sends more question marks. He says, let me brush my car real quick and run down the street, then we can. She says, I have to be home by 4 unless we're going to go to Beechwood. How long is it going to be? I'm literally starving. I feel like I'm going to puke. Dom says, where are you going at 4? Kenzie says, nowhere. My friend is coming here to see if she can do my math. Dom said, do you need me to drive? Because I got to brush my car off. She said, bruh, I don't want to drive. I thought you had some sales to do anyways. So wouldn't you already be driving? Or did you just lie to me? He says, okay, let me brush my car off and we can eat real quick. He said, well, I was just about to be late because you're starving. Kenzie says, I'm starving. I haven't eaten all day. There's no food in my house. Dom says, okay, well, let me brush my car off so we can go to Chipotle and then I'll hit my sales. She says, how long? He says, then we'll go to the dispo. She said, till you get me. He says, I don't know. Let me get out there and start doing it. She says, please just hurry. I'm tempted to DoorDash at this point, waste money. I also have your keys. They were in my mom's car. She says, dude, I don't even know if I can come. I think I'm just going to lay down. My stomach is effed at 3:14 p.m. He says, it's brushed off and it's pre-starting with my spare. I'm grabbing money, then on the way. She says, okay, bet. Do you want me to call? My stomach really hurts. Dom says, call? I thought we were going in and getting it. If you are calling right now, I'm about to come. She says, okay, never mind. She says, bruh, I meant come. Do you want me to come in the car because my stomach hurts? Like, why would I say that? I'm asking you if you want me to come because my stomach hurts. I want to just lay in my bed. She said, OMG. He says, yeah, I want you to come. She said, okay, cool. Then she sends a sideways face. He says, I'm being late for my stuff to go eat with you, babe. I want to be with you. If not, I would just tell you DoorDash and I would pay. He says, here. She says, WTF, should I pay before or after? What makes more sense? She says, Dom says, after it's done. Good. My mom never got your text. Did you text her yesterday? She's been having weird dreams. Kenzie said, what one? She sends a screenshot of text messages. Dom says, she doesn't remember. Kenzie said, OMG, is she okay? Dom says, to be honest, babe, I don't know. It hurts me to even talk to her. She says, should I come over tonight or soon? Dom says, we're going to the dispo, then come over. My mom's infection could be around for months. Kenzie says, how? WTF? Dom says, I don't know. She said the doctor said 4 to 6 before she can even get surgery, and she hasn't left bed today. Kenzie says, WTF? Dom says, honestly, I don't know what to do. I don't know how much longer I can keep it together. Kenzie says, I'm here, babe. You can cry on me. Dom loved her message. He says, so many regrets. She said, come over. He says, we're stuck at the dispensary. Angelo's taking hours. She said, sideways face. He's annoying AF. I'm going to make reservations for dinner. Is just you tomorrow? And that was at 6:53 p.m. And then she says at 7 o'clock, I'm mad at you, for real. The gloves are sold out. Dom says, babe, I can't order it. I'm broke AF on paper. Kenzie says, my mom was about to order it right now, and now they're sold out. Dom says, I'm only street rich. Kenzie says, but if we did this yesterday, Dom says, get it off something else. See where else they resell it at. Kenzie says, I need it for Valentine's Day. She said, never mind. I'm not even going to get it. Dom said, why is that? See where they resell it or order a better one. She said, get me a milkshake. She said, why? Oh, she meant where you at? He said, just got back. A milkshake from where? She says, anywhere. And then she says, come over. He says, you want to just come with? She says, sure, I'm eating yogurt and I'm coming back to your house. He says, whatever you want to do, Nug. She says, well, want to just sleep at yours? Come get me. She says, WTF? He says, I'm not in the mood, Kenzie. Come on. Oh, and that's at 7:38 p.m. He said, like, please don't be hard on me. She said, I'm not in the mood to wait on you when you could be on the way 10 minutes ago. That's okay. I'll just sleep here tonight, I guess. He says, okay, babe. She says, that's really all you're going to say? Like you haven't learned from the 8 times that I've broken up with you this week? He says, babe, I'm really not trying to deal with this. She said, like, who the F is at your house? He said, literally me, Angelo, Blair, Toph, and my mom. She says, Blair? She says, yeah, we have issues. He says, yeah, he went to the dispo with us. She says, don't text me. Now you have 3 things that you have to make up for, and it better be something good. Dom says, Blair's dipping anyways. She says, don't effing text me. We have issues. Weird AF. He said, honestly, I don't even care. I'm depressed over my mom anyways. At this point, I don't even have the energy anymore. She says, keep giving no effort and you'll be single for real this time. He says, Kenzie, can we please not do this? Like, do you want me to come now? She says, just go have your little sleepover with Blair and Angelo. Dom says, can we just go get milkshakes? She says, I'm not even in the mood anymore. Like, you just pissed me off. Dom says, Blair has already left. Kenzie says, you always got to do some weird shit with Blair. Like, honestly, it's effing weird AF. You say you're sad when you aren't chilling with me. Why are you with Blair? And she sends a ton of question marks. She says, like, you literally hang out with Blair more than me. Dom says, no, I told you I was going to the dispo with Angelo and Blair. Now I'm back and I'm telling you I'm about to Wim Hof breathing. Blair was only at my house for a sec because he needed stuff. And that was the end of the 28th. Now it jumps to midnight. Babe, my mom hasn't eaten anything. She said she's only eating ice chips for a week. She's really that insecure and jealous about Blair. Yeah. Oh, I missed some of the chat. Yeah. Oh, hey, Laura. Oh, Cree made it? Did I see Cree? Oh, you guys snuck in here while I was reading. Oh, I want to break up with her. Yeah, break up with her. Hey, Jakey. The bit in ear comment. What bit in ear? They should just publicly Oh, okay. How long before she killed him are these texts? These are February, basically. And the accident happened the last day of basically July 1st. So it's like 5 months. Did I do that right? Yeah. We're about to get there. She's forecasting the future. It's sick AF. I know. He says, she said she's only going to eat ice chips for a week. Kenzie said she needs to eat. Are you up? She says, Dom says, yeah, I'm playing 2K with Angelo. She said, never mind. He says, okay, babe, let me know if you change your mind. She says, I mean, you just keep giving me a reason to not hang out with you. So I'm just going to go back to bed. Dom says, okay, babe, if you want me to come over, unlock the door. I can come before I sleep. She said, with the replies you're giving me, you're not coming over in a couple of days. Don't come to dinner either. Dom says, the fact that you're being like this with all I got going on is so heartless. I don't know how to feel about anything right now. Kenzie says, yeah, but you're still being dry and effortless after we've broken up almost over 8 times. It was heartless and uncaring. I mean, why the F are you just sitting doing nothing with Angelo? You were supposed to come over, yet you choose to just sit and do nothing with Angelo. I would answer in 5 seconds if I was you. He says, you didn't answer and you went to bed. You didn't want to chill with me. And this is at 1:01 in the morning. He says, do you want me to come over tonight? She said, at this point, just don't come. Like, you just can't be normal and you have to just do dumb shit to make me mad. She says, you get mad at me for not being there for you, and then you don't let me be there for you. Like, what the F? She says, and you still have to make it up for me for doing 4 things wrong. Like, this number is just going to keep building or some shit. She says, I would answer if I was you. I would be answering in seconds if I was you. Dom questions her messages and he says, babe, you don't know how I felt lately because you just cut me some slack, please. Or what? Cut me some slack for a bit. She said, just because you feel like shit doesn't mean you have to be dry and give no effort to me and be an effing DICK. I wanted to sleep over your house, but you just had to hang out with Blair. You had to squeeze that in. Dom says, no, babe. He pulled up before we went to the dispo with Angelo because he wanted a car and joints when we got back. Then he dipped like 5 minutes after we got back. Then we were all kind of chilling in the basement with my mom. Dom says, I'm not trying to be mean at all. She says, okay. And then she's sending clothes, links to buy clothes. She's sending it to him. She says, on sale. I need 4 extra small left. She sends a picture of more dresses. Okay. More clothes. She emphasized all of the messages. She says, block Kendra at 11:36 a.m. So she went from sending links to block Kendra on everything. Oh, here we go. Dom says, what did she do? Kenzie says, block. Call Luca at 5, make reservations for table for 3. Dom says, okay, bet. So she did something or no? And what time are we making reservations for? Why did I block Kendra? Did she do something? Also, what are you wearing to dinner? Kenzie says, did you get me a card? Oh, cart. She did typo. He says, yeah, I got a couple we can share. And then he questioned the Kendra comment. She says, can you bring me one? He says, when? She said, right now. He said, can you come grab it? I'm not dressed. I was about to shower. She says, never mind. So you're not going to bring it? He says, you can smoke. You can't smoke bud. I'm taking a shit right now. She said, no, because it's not getting me high and it's not good weed. He said, can you wait till after my shower or just come by? She said, how long? Your showers are like 3 hours. He said, I'm taking a shit, then I'm gonna get in and I don't think I have to wash my hair, so it could really be short. She said, still over an hour. He says, I probably have the best hair on the planet Earth. Let me keep it fire. She says, we're gonna have to go to the nail store and Starbucks. I need a cart. You need to get your house figured out. I don't think I can go. One more week living with that stupid BITCH. Wow. She calls Natalie. Natalie Shirilla. Are you listening to these text messages? Just kidding. Yeah, July 31st was the accident. She's calling her mom a dumb BITCH. I would never, never. She's literally pathetic. I agree, Mallory. I was saying, if you don't charge your phone right now, we're going to have problems. And you better stay here and you better stay here till this live is over. I haven't heard Dom complain about his ass bathroom underwear. Is that still going on? Yeah, it is. She threatens a relationship as transactional versus actual feelings. Oh, I like that comment, Jay Bari. And hello, Austin. He knows that I say that with love. She says, one more week with that stupid BITCH. They want me to go to Ohio State. Dom says, they want you to go to college. College isn't you. You already don't do your schoolwork. Oh my God, that's hilarious. That's actually, I would be offended, to be honest, if someone said that to me. She says, yeah, I can't do that probably. She says, are you effing dumb to go? Wait, what? She says, are you effing dumb to go to an effing party, Dom, not to go to effing college? Oh, Dom says, what? To go to effing party, Dom, not to go to effing college. Oh, she thinks she can just go and party. He says, oh, I thought you were talking about your parents. She said, like, what is wrong with you? You need to learn how not to be so fried all the time. It's annoying AF. She says, I'm about to get Starbucks. Do you want some? At 1:07 p.m. She says, should I get a large? He says, yeah, I do. She said, okay, bet. He says, you can get a medium if you want, though. I don't need a lot. Get a croissant for me, though. She said, 2 croissant. He said, bet. She said, okay, bet. He says, are you coming here? She says, no. I'm with Nat, Tess, and Hope. Come over. He says, oh, okay. Do you know what you're wearing to dinner so I can match? Or should I wear some sweats for tonight or for right now? She says, I'm wearing brown and Burberry. At 5, call and see if you can make a reservation for 3 a little bit before 9, or we would just keep it because I have a feeling they're all booked up. Dom said, so 8:30 sound good? She said, yeah, that's better. It's just for 3 though. He said, we only have 3 people. They should be able to take us. Kenzie says, if you can't get it, we'll just keep the 5 I have, I guess. He questions it. He says, you mainly just need a reservation for big group. She says, okay. She says, well, I'm just saying, just call, make sure, because if they are booked, I'm going to effing freak out and there will be a death. Oh. She says, would you bring the cart? He says, yeah. Okay, she's crazy. She says, I'm home. He says, I'll be on the way soon. She said, come. I want to hit my cart. He said, do you still have my keys? She said, yes. He said, can I shave real quick? If not, I probably won't end up doing it. She said, bring the taser. He said, I got you. He said, we should find someone to tase. Kenzie said, Hope. She says, where you at? Hurry. Whoa, why does she want to tase her friend Hope? Dom says, I shaved real quick. That's my bad. She said, bruh. He said, what? I said I was going to. She said, where are you? It's 2:21 p.m. now. She sends a bunch of question marks. He says, grabbing you the cart, then on the way. She said, call Luca and just make the reservation, me and you. We're going to dress really nice. Do it ASAP. He says, why isn't Kendra going? He says, I didn't call yet. They don't open till 5. Kenzie said, call right now and make a reservation for 2. They're probably there right now. He says, okay, I'll call. She says, did you? Did you call? He says, no, let me call now. He says, what time am I making it for? He said, 8 p.m. She said, you made it for the flats one, right? He said, no, Luca West. Do you want me to call the other one? She said, bruh, yes. Like 10 question marks. He said, okay, I got you. She said, like, how do you just mess up literally everything? Call Luca right now. Please fix this. He said, yeah, I'm calling. He says, the Cleveland one won't answer. She said, nah, you just made me so mad. I'm about to for real freak out. Dom says, they're saying leaving party size in time and they'll get back to us in a robot call. Kenzie says, bruh, call right now. Dom says, you try calling too. It's booked tonight, all night. Kenzie says, you effed up. He says, Luca West is best bet. She says, I guess I'll just keep my reservation for 5 and only me and you will go. Dom said, just change the reservation and make it 2. She says, you can't. She says, 9:30. He says, 9:30 for 5 people. He says, should I hit up Sean and see if he wants to go? Kenzie said, OMG, you're about to make me freak the F out. Are you effing serious? I just made a reservation for 2 and now you're about to make me fix it and make it for 3. Are you effing stupid? Like, what is so complicated about making a reservation? Dom said, oh, okay. I thought you were saying you made it for 5 people. Because you said that. Kenzie said, I just fixed it and made it for 2. Dom said, okay, bet. She says, if you don't send me the effing code right now, I swear to God, you literally make everything 85 times harder than it needs to be. Can you stop being so effing fried all the time? She says at 5:07 p.m. And then he sends a screenshot of something. He says, that's it? You really don't give enough info and make it confusing. Kenzie says, are you driving? At 6:50 p.m. He says, if you want me to, I can. I was going to ask you. She said, yes, I can drive, but your car. He said, yeah, bet. She said, our reservation is 9:30. So what time do we leave? He said 8:45, 8:50. She said, okay, cool. And then she says, Fort. He says, I'm tired, gonna lay down and rest my eyes till like 8:30. She says, okay. She says, skim dress or bodysuit? Dom, WTF. The fact that you can't wake up to multiple calls means there's an effing problem. OMG. OMG. Like, you're not about to do this right now. If you do not answer, we will have serious effing problems. You have 10 minutes. Dom says, I said I was going to rest my eyes, babe. He says, where you at? Okay, so that was at 8:44. And then they're playing, you already know, they're playing their games, sea battle at 10 o'clock at night. He says, okay, so then it jumps to the next morning on the 30th. He says, if you dip, be careful. I slid twice in my car. She said, when I was walking to your car last night in my heels, I slipped. Dom said, I almost slipped into the middle of Loon when I was stopping at a stop sign. She says, come. He says, do you want to help me shop at Walmart? Not right now, but in a little. She said, join us. He said, in what, Fortnite? She said, yeah. He said, maybe. She said, now. And then she sends some TikToks. He says, I'm about to come over on the 30th at 8:29 p.m. She says, you're late. LOL. She says, okay, good. He says, you said come at 8:30. Do you have that luster pod? Oh, wait. So now it's jumped to the next morning. Do you have the luster pod? He says at 10:16 a.m. She says, yes. He says, you want to do Valentine's Day stuff that day, right? Not the weekend, a couple days before. Because Valentine's Day is on a Monday or Tuesday. Kenzie says, we can do something on Valentine's Day, but we can do something big on the weekend. I don't care. Play it however you want. I'm not serious about players anymore, so I'm fine. I'm missing days. I don't get what that means. She says, I don't want to go to state board. What? What is she talking about? Dom says, okay, bet. So I'll do whatever works. And do you want me to plan it all out or do you want to help? I can plan it all if you want. You could have just asked me to give you the cart back. LOL, he says. Kenzie says, you could have just not stolen my cart from my bedroom. Dom says, okay, well, I'll give it back. Kenzie says, I mean, I'm already going to pour it without a cart. So what the F is the point? What a great way to just ruin my day. Dom says, you could have just stopped here and I would have ran it out and it would have took 1 minute. She says, okay, here at 11 a.m. in 2 seconds. Never mind. I'm just not. He says, you here? I'll run out. Let me know. I can even give you a different cart for reals. She says, I'm going to Gato after Polaris. You want me to get you something? Oh, she meant condado, not gato. I'm like, what? She did typo. Condado, the taco place. He says, yeah, you're just going to be picking up food or are you going to eat there? Let me know if you want to help with Valentine's Day planning. I'm having a hard time finding exactly what I want, but I'm going to keep calling places. She says, I don't know. I kind of want a surprise. He said, okay, let me keep trying. He said, can I tell you what I can't find? She said, I don't know. Sure. He says, I can't find a double bath or a room with a hot tub in it. She says, I'm there. I'm at Condado. What taco do you want? Dom. Dom. He says, Blue Dream. Can you get me a couple of tacos? She said, yes. She said, two Lucy Fire to go. He said, yeah, I think that's what I get. Get me a Blue Dream one too. Send me a pic of menu so I can make sure Blue Dream is the one I get. And she sends a picture of the menu. He says, yeah, usually get the Blue Dream. He says, you may have got it with no ranch before, but I think you should leave it on there. I'm not sure. Don't quote me. She says, I got no ranch or tomato. She says, it's good. Tell me what you want. I'm about to order it right now. He gives her the order. He says, do you have enough money to get Will some too? She said, F, maybe. I want to get Starbucks after. Would you pay for my Starbucks, babe? She says, I'll drop you off and Will a taco. She says, text me the full order right now. He says, I will give you money for tacos and Starbucks when I see you. She said, just tacos? He said, you sure, Nug? She said, yes. He said, how are the Condados tacos? She said, what? He said, you have Polaris till 2:20, I thought. She said, yes. I left. I hate Polaris. He says, oh, okay. He says, poor Nug. Who left with you? She said, Nat. He said, oh, okay. That reads, when you bring in tacos. She said, 2 minutes. He said, bet. She said, here. He says, you want me to come out? He says, do I have any carts there? I can't find mine. She said, I don't know, only mine. And then she sends a picture of something. He says, that's weird. She says, what? Question mark, question mark. Then she takes a picture of her nails. He said, I sent that way earlier. He says, I like it. How did you do that? She sends more pictures of her nails. He said, what hurt? She said, we're going to Pennsylvania tomorrow for prom dresses. He said, okay, bet. She said, did you tell Daniel that he needs to sell Kendra carts for 35? So now it's on the first. We just got to the first 9:36 a.m. He says, why is he giving her deals? Kenzie says, I don't know. He gets her carts for 30, sometimes 20. Dom says, okay, I'll let him know. He says, should I just tell him not to sell to her? She says, sure. That took us a long ass time. Oh, Cree, you made it. She truly is heartless. I know. Oh, okay. I can't believe she dressed up as a corpse after the fact. I know. She's so trashy. Hey, Chantel. Okay, so now she says, sure, or just more. He says, I got you. Be responsible with it. She says, okay, LOL. She says, go comment on my TikTok. And this is at 11:13 o'clock a.m. Okay, I need a drink. Hold on. Hold your panty. Okay, I'm back. She says, go comment on my TikTok. She said, my new account. He says, did a couple more I can do later. She said, spring break is the 15th through the 25th. He says, what month? March? She said, April. He said, okay, bet. What time we leaving and whose car? He says, I'd rather take yours because mine hurts my back. She said, mine, I don't care. We can we can't smoke in my mom's car. He said, okay, so your Camry? She said, sure. He said, what time are we going? She said, ASAP. Come over at 2:30. And it's now 2:04 p.m. He says, can I just leave my car here? She says, I don't care. He says, bet, let me know when you're coming through. I'm gonna get ready. I think that was a typo. He says, bring cart battery. She says, okay. He says, you trying to get some food on the way? She says, yes. He says, bet, what you trying to get? She says, I don't care. He says, I want Chinese or maybe Chipotle again, but that will be messy. So should we just get Chick-fil-A? She said, probably Chick. He said, bet. What's your ETA? She said, 6. And then she sent a picture of something. He said, it's been 10 minutes, Nug. If you're at your house, grab Ash Cup and Ozium. I don't think I grabbed it last time. She said, on the way. She said, okay. She said, I'm here. He says, I can't find car. It must be in your car. She says, oh, so not jumps to the second. She says, bruh, where at 6:49 a.m.? He says, what do you mean where? I looked around your room and I don't see it. I brought the other carts in though, so I'm confused. Maybe it's downstairs or in the car. He says, do you remember having it last night? And then she sends a bunch of TikTok links. He says, you're hard, only when you're hard, they're wrinkly or cold. Okay. I don't know what he was talking about. Kenzie says, I have anxiety in my prom dress. I think I want to change it. Dom says, why, Nug? If anything, it's a good backup for right now. She said, it's too basic. Dom says, you look cute in it. What look for others, but that one will be good for right now. If anything, we can maybe sell it if you find a better one. She sends picture of her dress. She says, I think I want something really bad like that. I don't know. He says, that dress is crazy. She said, I want a mix of those. He said, both of those would be super nice. She says, I want a big puff at the end of the green. Dom says, you're gonna have to start looking. He said, my mom is back in the hospital at 1:36 p.m. or no, 1:25 p.m. She says, no way. Why? He said, I guess she's not doing good. Kenzie says, babe, I'm sorry. And then sends a screenshot of Snap. He says, ew, WTF. She said, yep, I'm salty. I've been told you. I don't want Chris around. He put his DICK in that. I don't want that thing around me. And then she sends pictures of more clothes. She said $500 size. Wait, $500 box only today. It's Hope's friend. Dom says they have the box. She said yes. He said, do they have the receipt? She says, add him on Snap. Add Hope. Answer Hope. ASAP. He says, oh, they my size? I thought they was for you. Kenzie said 12. She said, for you. Answer now. He says, unless they got receipt too, I'm probably cool. She said, text Hope. He said, I wear 10 to 11. She said, oh, text Hope. He said, I'm not sure if the shoe's even real, for real. Kenzie says, I don't know if they are. Dom says, they don't have the receipt. Kenzie says, oh, weird. Dom says, I'm not just going to buy them. Kenzie sends a picture. Yeah, Kenzie, are you dumb? She sends question marks. And she sends a video of herself. And then she's sending TikToks. Okay, more TikToks. And then it jumps to the third. He said, what does the pyramid do though at 10:40 a.m. on the 3rd? And then she's sending more TikTok links and selfies. She says, okay, more dresses. Okay, and then she sends 10 question marks at 11:42 a.m. She says, "Can I get two for can I get 2 G's for Tess? I need a little tree too." She said, "I would answer if I was you. Last chance or we have problems. You're awkward. You text me at 10, answer at 11. I would never answer right now because you still haven't made anything from the last 4 times, so I'd have to make it 5. Like, you're gonna have to get me something good to make up for this. Don't text me until your dry, deaf ass understands you need to answer the phone. Yep, you just effed up." Dom says, "I fell back asleep. Do you want your stuff?" He liked the TikToks. He says, "I really like this one." She sends more links of dresses and then more links. He says, "I like them all." She says, "What's your fave?" He says, "I'm not sure. It's hard." She said, "1 or 3." He said, "Probably this one and this one." She said, "Would I buy it half and half? Would you buy it half and half with my mom?" Dom said, "Which one?" She said, "Or should I wait?" Shit, I don't know. Those both are really cute. Dom says, "Figure out what you want, because then we got to try to sell the other one or something." She says, "We need to pick today." Dom said, "Why is that?" She's sending more pictures. She said, "1 or 2." He said, "2 def go crazy, but it's double the price." Kenzie said, "How much?" Dom said, $1,200. I think this one's 2,200. Mackenzie said, "I can take her for $50. Never mind." Wait, what? Tess said I can tase her for $50. Never mind, she's diabetic. He says, "Buy me a bottle and I'll let you tase me." She said, "What?" He says, "Buy me a bottle of Azul or Perion and you can tase me after I drink it." She said, "Babe, I'm broke." She said, "What dress do you think?" He said, "I'm not sure, babe. I like both. They both got their reasons." Kenzie says, "I feel like I like the pink. I would ask her if she can make the matching gloves." Dom said, "That would probably fit nicer on your body too." Kenzie says, "I like the white one. I feel like it just wouldn't look the same in person." Dom says, "Yeah, it's def more risky of a cop because it's also double the price." Kenzie said, "Exactly. Do you think we should buy it today? It takes a long time to make." Dom said, "Be sure what one you want to get." She said, "The pink, I think." He said, "You can't want a third dress after this." She said, "Okay, I know." He said, "Let's find a hotel for Florida, Orlando, right?" And then she says, "Come over." She sends screenshots. He says, "My car snowed in and I need to shower." She said, "Did you see that? So you will split it with my mom? I'll just sell carts for you." Dom said, "Yeah, I'll split it with you. Try to sell the dress you just bought then." She said, "Should I? For how much?" He said, "Try 550. That's what I paid." Or 500. She said, "Okay, bet." Wow. He had already bought her a $500 50 dress and is letting her get something else. Like, what the is going on here? Let me fix my chair. Like, that is crazy. $1,200 for a prom dress? Like, I wouldn't even pay that now as an adult. Like, what the hell? Sorry if you guys heard me drinking. Um, hey Yvonne. Dude, It's prom, not wedding. Dude, I'm sorry. She has the nerve to complain and he can't even return it. That's why he's like, sell it. Wow. I can't. I can't deal with her. She says, is this real? Like, is there really, like, how did people deal with her? She said, I need weed, babe. He says, I'm gonna come shower at your house later. Right now, I'm trying to see if we can get a plumber out here today. He says, can you see if your mom or dad know a good plumber who can come today? We're gonna have to clean the basement again like last time. This is so effed. She says, I'll help you. I'm doing measurements. Stop. Dom says, oh, I thought you were trying to FaceTime me. He says, I'm done for now. And then she's sending TikTok links. He said, no kissy. She said, love you. He says, love you too, Nug. And then at 5:32, he says, I can't sleep over tonight because I'm gonna have to be at my house at 9 for the plumber. She says, bruh. He says, what? And then she sends sushi, a picture of sushi. She says, what do you want? He says, what are you doing? She said, just chilling, watching a movie. He says, would you care if I just stayed here? I haven't showered. I've been talking to Angelo about mom and everything. She says, babe, fine. She says, we can hang tomorrow. He said, of course. She says, but I need bud, babe, to sell. Someone needs bud. Someone can do it. Dom says, babe, roads are bad too. What do they even need? Kenzie says, I don't know. I didn't even ask. She wanted a gram, lol. You need to give me some weed so I could just sell. Dom says, okay, I'll do that. He says, but not right now. She said, I need a scale though. She says, what are you doing at 7:09 p.m.? He says, at my mom's, looking for a snack, then about a shower. Kenzie says, is that girl doing my English? I really need to know right now. Dom said, yeah, she said 200 though. Look for someone else if you want. If not, I'll give her 200. Kenzie said, the girl who's doing my math effed me over. Dom said, really? How? "H- Okay, well, I'll have this girl do your English, then maybe she can have someone do your math. Kenzie said, she told me she can't take the final because some stuff is getting hard, like WTF. I'm literally going to freak out. Dom says, let me shower, then we will talk after. She says, I'm a freak out. Now I have no one for English or math. Um, Study, do it yourself. Like, I don't know, learn it. Like, stop being so dumb, Mackenzie. She says, now I have no one for English or math. Kenzie says, I need someone to help me take both of the English finals, and one girl isn't going to help me. $100 is not worth it for her. He said, post on your story. Dom. Dom says, okay, hold up. She says, Monet says she will do it for 25 to 30 math and said she could do it all tonight. Dom says, if she can do it, then have her do it. Kenzie says she's doing math. Dom says, bet. Then she sends a bunch of TikToks. She's always sending him links. She said, we need to book a hotel at 9:18 p.m. He said, what days again? She said 15th to the 25th to the 25th. She says, okay. And then it ends there. And then it jumps to the next morning at 8:36 a.m. And she says, wake up. He says, I'm up. She said, come over. He says, I'm waiting for the plumber. Do you have school? She says, no. He said, bet. She says, don't forget the 600 you owe my mom. You know, my mom is weird about shit. I'm for real never talking to them again when I move in with you. Dom says, I got you. Kenzie says, like, they literally will not buy the dress. They were supposed to check how much money is in the account last night, and they did. And now they're not doing it right now either. Like, what the F? Like, why do they have to be so effing weird? Literally feels like I'm not related to them. Dom says, how do you think I feel about my family? If someone is drowning, you can save them, but not if they're just going to drown you with them. Sometimes you got to let them drown. Kenzie says, yeah, I'm letting them effing drown. All of them. She says, is that girl doing my work? I might have found someone. Dom? Dom says, who did you find? Are they actually reliable? Kenzie said, Helen. She's very smart. Dom says, make sure she's actually going to do it. Other girl has college shit to do. Kenzie said, yeah. Dom says, could you just grab your stuff? I'm dealing with the basement. She says, what stuff? He says, your bed. She says, right now? He says, yeah. Do you want it? She said, Tess is still sleeping. I do, but I'm not leaving her in my room alone, LMFAO. He says, true. Listen to this. The drain that you're supposed to use when you're draining the water out your basement is in the highest spot of the basement. So no water is going to it at all. That's the only dry spot in the basement. Kenzie says, WTF. He says, yeah, I'm pretty discouraged right now. Kenzie said, so does that pretty much mean you need to redo the basement? Dom says, I think I'm gonna throw almost everything out in that basement now. I got I got to get all the water out. Kenzie says, you got this, babe. I'll help you. She said, that was fast. He said, and do carpet tiles again. Kenzie said, is it still flooding? He said, no, it's not flooded. She says, do you want me to help you? Did you see the fake ID group chat? He says, about what? Kenzie says, they need to send a signature and a new picture. Dom says, I know. Kenzie said, send it. And then she's sending selfies. And then it jumps to midnight. Why are you mad? He says, on the phone with mom. Kenzie said, it's a little weird. That's it. That it's her after how weird you were with her. Just saying. Of course, she always does y'all work. So weird. Dom said, she never did mine. She did Angelo's. Kenzie said, can she be at my house to take the final? Dom, answer now. So I can tell Helen. He said, let me ask right now. He says, I have to wait for an answer though. She said, my mom won't buy the dress because of my dad is being power abusive. Dom says, can we deal with this later? I think I'm about to clean the basement. She says, yes. He said, okay, bet. She said, Helen is saying she'll do my work for 100. And if I'm satisfied, add an extra 50. Let me know if you like that. Dom says, nah, because then she's guaranteed 100. Kenzie says, well, she's smart. I don't think she would F me over. Dom says 150. How about that? But it has to be done right. Kenzie says, I used to work with her. Dom says, you'll give her the money after. Kenzie says she's going to do it right. This BITCH is definitely scared of me. I'm going to give her all the money after, Dom. She's just saying if she does my final good and I'm happy with my work, I'm going to add like $50 to $100 payment. Let me know. He says, sure, you can do that. She said, okay, yay. She says, I need Bud. Babe, what are you doing? He says, vacuuming water. If you want some, come grab it. She said, babe, my parents won't buy the dress. I don't know what to do. Babe, you have to buy my prom dress. I will work for it. Dom, please. It needs to be bought today, she says. We don't have to go to Florida. Dom, she sends a calculator. My mom got it. This is how much you owe her. She says, babe, let me go back and see how much. $696. She said, this is how much you owe her. Babe, she says, want me to come? He says, if you want to, at 2:03 p.m. She ended up getting that ugly ass dress she wore. Yeah, I can't believe they got it. I know. The mom she didn't want to have anything to do with. Dude, why 696? Like my parents would be like, "You're psycho," if I was trying to buy a dress that expensive. That's crazy. She says, "I don't have a ride. The pig took my car." She calls her mom a pig? Wow. She says, "Can someone get me?" Dom says, "It's cool for now." Oh, hold on, my neck's like hurting. Okay. He says, "It's cool for now." She says, "I want to come. There's a ����𝐥𝐥𝐲 concert tomorrow." She said, "At Ohio State. Want to go?" She says, "We about to come." He says, "I don't know. What would you help with now?" She says, "I'm coming." She says, "I want to come over." He says, "Okay, bet." That was at 2:38 p.m. And then he says, "What are you doing now?" at 6:43. So she must have left. She says, nothing. He says, you want to go to the mall? She says, right now? For what? Yes. He said, I want some new Air Force Ones. She said, will you take me to the doctor's? He said, then we can just look around. She said, after? He said, do you just want to go to the doctor's right now? She said, no, mall. He says, I'd rather get it over with so I can be free the rest of tonight. I haven't been free all day, just dealing with this since 9 a.m. How long do you think it will take? She said, come get me. He said, what's the plan, Nug? She said, whatever you want to do. He said, how long do you think your doctors will be? It's 6:48 p.m. Who goes to the doctor that late? Like, unless it's like the ER. Like, I don't get it. She says it shouldn't be too long. Don't you care about me, babe? Like maybe like a clinic or what do you call that? Like, I'm spacing it. Like rapid care. He says, I do, but my back hurts, Nug, and my patience is already all ran out from cleaning that shit. But let's go now. He says, I'm gonna get dressed. Should I wear jean or polo tracksuit? She says, I'm ready. I'm gonna wear juicy. He says, what should I wear? She says, I don't know. He says, babe, just pick one. LOL. She says, tracksuit. Hurry. When does the mall close? He says, probably 9. She said, I'm ready. It's not 9. We'll just go to the doctor tomorrow. She said, it's 8. Question mark, question mark. He said, okay, that's fine. He said, I'm on the way. He said, bring the cart battery. She says, where you at? Question mark, question mark. Okay. And then it jumps to her saying fort. He says, let me shower first. He says, how did the doctor go? She said, I got prescribed a cream and I have to go to the allergy doctor. So she ended up going to the doctor. He says, do they feel better at all? I'm about to shower right now, then we can play. She said, want to plan Florida? He said, yes. He said, look for hotels. She said, in Orlando? He said, yes. We're going to Universal, right? She said, yes. He said, bet. He said, how much is Universal? She said, over $200, I think. I could be wrong. I'm about to get on my computer. Dom says, find that out for me because we got to budget everything. She says, I got you a surprise. He says, bet. I hope it's macaroons. She says, I'm going to get Nat right now. You better be on the way or about to come. She says, bring a snowsuit. Dom says, I don't have any snowsuits. She said, bruh. She said, how? And it's 8:21 p.m. So I think the cream was for her lashes. Remember how she was having like an allergic reactions? No, no, I think it was the lashes, not the STD. The walk-in clinic. Oh, I love you guys. You guys are like telling me, and I'm over there like spacing out. Yeah, the walk-in clinic. He has no start. Um, he says, she said, does Jared want to come? Dom says he knows he wants to know where. And he doesn't think he has clothes. Kenzie said, behind the hospital, the OG spot. Dom says, do you have a snowsuit for me? Kenzie says, probably my dad's. Dom says, okay, let me know, because if not, I'm going to find one that fits. Kenzie says, we might not go sledding now because of Nat's mob. Your mind is, yeah, it was her lashes. My mind is what? No? And yet Natalie's glowing that Kenzie even talks to her now. Dude. Oh, probably not. No, it's fine. She said she said we might not go sledding now because of Nat's mom. Dom says, let me know. He says, are we going? She said, no. Can I come over? She says, I have a surprise. He says, yeah, come over. She said, soon. She says, want to know your surprise? Question mark. Okay, I thought you weren't supposed to, like, tell people the surprise. He says, "I just want you to show me. Are you coming or did you still want me to come?" Oh, okay. She sends him a picture of, like, those Korean, like, sodas. You know what I'm talking about? She says, "I'll come over." He says, question mark. She said, "Imma sleep over." He said, "Bet." He said, "Oh, shit, bet." She said, "We can sip." Oh, wait. I thought it was, like, the soda pops, but I guess it's alcohol? I thought it was Korean soda. I don't know what it is, but I think it's alcohol maybe. She said, "Imma sleep over." Sorry, I didn't mean to get close to the camera. He said, "Oh, shit, bet." She said, "We can sip." He said, "Sangria sounds gas." She said, Which one of those?" He says, "I don't know if we should again, maybe." She said, "I don't care. I'm down, up to you." He said, "Bet." She said, "Imma come soon at 10. Do you want me to bring my computer? Or do you want me to just come over or do you want to just come over with me tomorrow morning and we can plan Florida tomorrow morning with my mom? Let me know." It's 9:45 PM. He says, "Come over." He says, "I wanna chill." He says, "Computer for the trip?" "I have a computer too." She said, "Okay, after this game Nat is playing, Imma come. She's going to die ASAP, not to plan it. We'll just do it tomorrow." He says, "Okay, we can plan tomorrow, but I'm trying to chill tonight." She said, "We are. I'm coming over in about 10 minutes." He says, "If it's too hot or too cold, feel free to change the thermostat." Now it's the 6th at 4:12 AM. She says, "I'm home at 1:47 PM." She said, "Slow AF. You wonder why our plans never work? Like the list of things just keeps getting effing bigger. Like WTF. This has been the plan for 2 days since you couldn't come over effing last night." Dom says, "I can still come. My head is pounding." She sends a bunch of question marks and exclamations. She said, "See?" Dom says, "All we really got to figure out is what days we need to go because we're already staying at the same hotel." Kenzie said, "And book the tickets." Dom said, "My head is pounding, so let's figure this out." She said, "Bruh, just go to bed," at 1:58 PM. He says, "I'm so salty." And this is now 11:18 PM. She says, "Why?" He says, "I got this shit to do and I can't even leave the couch." "It's okay to not feel good," says Kenzie. Dom said, "It hurts so bad. I can almost throw up how bad it hurts. Help me." Kenzie said, "Okay." She said, "Blocked. Slow AF, don't text me." He said, "I'm about to throw up." She said, "Okay, don't ask me for help, then hang up when I ask, because now I don't give an F." He says, "You were yelling." And that was at 4:03 PM, and then at 7:12, he says, "What are you doing? My headache is finally starting to go away." She says, "Good." He said, "Angelo got me these V8 things and vitamins that helped a lot." She said, How are you now?" He said, "I still have a headache, but I can actually function now. Worst headache I've ever had." She said, "I wonder why." Dom said, "I think it's because I haven't been eating right and we drank so much pop last night." Oh, so it was pop. She says, come over with snacks. New Euphoria is out. Go to Sheets." Dom, Dom, Dom. He said, "Sorry, I was trying to decline the other call and ended ours too. Do you want me to slide?" She said, "I guess." He said, "I might go to Sheets and get stuff you want, babe." She says, "Bring weed." And it's now 10:07 PM. She says, "And I don't know, gummy bears and fruit." He says, "Fruit from Sheets? I'll see what they got. Car is pre-starting right now, then I'm going." She says, "I'm going to bed soon." "Why are you taking forever?" He says, "I'm at Sheets right now." She said, "'Kay." He said, "'Bout to check out." She says, "Are you on the way?" He says, "Looking for fruit. I don't see any." She says, "Okay." He said, "They have carrots and shit." He said, "I'm out." She said, "At this point, just leave." If I knew you were going to take hours, I would have just told you to come. He says, it's been 20 minutes. She said, for you to go to the gas station is 5 minutes away. This could have been a 10-minute trip or even less. And texting me isn't going to get you checked out any faster. Dom says, so do you want me to come or no? I'm about to pass Loon. And I texted you and asked you what you want, then call you. So I thought you were asleep. Then you answered. So I dipped to sheets. And she says in caps, come. He says, okay, I'm pulling in. And that's at 10:33 p.m. He says, I'm going home. I can't sleep with that tiny blanket and I still have a headache at 3 o'clock in the morning. Then he says, I'm sorry, Nug. I stayed as long as I could. I think I'm sick and couldn't deal with not feeling good. And then Kenzie says the next morning, how is it going, boo? I have yet to smell like garlic. I've been drinking chlorophyll water, but the mucus is coming out, honey. Okay, so Kenzie's like texting somebody and sending it to Dom. She says, add Jessica. Oh, okay. Someone's telling her to get like herbs, black walnut, papaya seeds. You will need a binder like activated charcoal, then supplement. And then she sends screenshot and links to stuff. She said, Julian takes mojitos, black and lime sandals. Oh, he said, what if we got an Airbnb? I'm confused. They were just sending links of stuff. And then it jumps to 3:40 p.m. What if we got Airbnb? She said, oh shit. Look, look there. Look, there's hella over there. Did you find any you like? He says, want to get food? She said, yes. She says, my new lightning boy. He says, what? She said, babe, I got a manager now. The modeling is on. Oh, now she's modeling and has a manager. Okay. Whatever. Who does she think? She really is. Like she really does want to be. Oh, I like chlorophyll water. Um, she really does think she is Kendall Jenner. Always talking about food and rugs. I know. Okay, she said the modeling is on with Rick. She says, I want food. He says, yay. What you been doing? You haven't answered. She said, I'm with Nat Nails. She said, my bad. She said, I'm hungry. She says, babe. He says, what you want? It's getting late now. She said, I don't know. She said, maybe condado. He said, I had barrio yesterday. She said, cast I want chips. Olive Garden. He says, well, when are we going? It's already 8 o'clock. She said, wanna go? He questions it. He sends her question marks. Kenzie says, we can go whenever. Just give me a time so I know because Natalie is here, but I'm down to go. Dom says, I don't know if I even want to go this late. For real, I wanted to go earlier, but then I had cereal. He says, because we'd have to drive like 20 minutes to it too. Do you remember me moving money Saturday night? I'm missing 11 bands. She said, no, I don't. WTF. She says, that stressed me out a lot. I have no clue. He says, I know I'm really stressed out too. She said, babe, where is it? So he's saying he's missing all that money. He says, right on my table last I remember it. I must have moved it Saturday night. She said, I have no idea. I'll come help you look if you want. He said, just found it. Thank God. She said, where? That made me so nervous. She said, sleep over. He said, I put it in the other room in a weird spot. I just have to show you. She says, I don't know. She says, what do you want to do? He says, what do you mean, like right now? He says, let me know. I don't know if you mean for food or Florida or just like hang out. And then she sends a screenshot. He says, which one do you think, babe? She said, can you just pick? I just want to go to Florida with you. He says, Best Western's probably the move. She says, okay. She says, I have no weed. He says, I have stuff there for you. He says, 1 second, I'm about to be on the way. Oh, did it jump to the next day? And I missed it? Hold on, let me go back. Oh no. It was just the morning. It's 2/8. He says, Best Western, I have no weed. He says, okay, okay, 1 sec. He says, I have stuff there for you. 1 sec, I'm about to be on the way. She says, not home. He says, oh, I thought you were on the way home. I'm gonna leave you the bud by your bong then at 1:56 p.m. She says, okay, I love you, babe. He says, I love you too, babe. He said, babe, my bud was moved. I don't know where it is. Never mind, I found it. I sent you a snap. When you get back from Polaris, hit me up. You're gonna have to go in and deposit it. She says, I'm home at 2:29 p.m. Davion is coming over with Hope, just letting you know. Oh, that little line shit. Do you guys remember Best Western has bed bugs? The only Best Western I know and closed, just his money and his weed. Yeah. Wait, so remember she was like, I don't know Davion. I've only seen him a few times. We've only hung out a few times. And she's lied this whole time. She's been around Davion. So much for just meeting. Yeah, thank you, Kayla Koala. Cute name. I thought she was letting dudes play with her feet for money now. Ew. She has stanky feet. Okay, they knew him. Yeah. Davion is coming over with Hope, just letting you know. If you guys don't know who Davion is one of the other persons she killed in the car crash. He says, LOL. She said, please let me know, babe. I need it for school tomorrow. He says, babe, come on. You're literally chilling with your friends. Just go get the skirt. She said, I'm asking you to pay for it. Then my mom will pay you back. He says, yeah, I'll pay for it. Do you want me to just stop by and give you your card and the money for everything? She said, okay, bet. He said, how much is it? She said, want to get Olive Garden? He said, I have to go somewhere in like an hour. And then she sends a picture of a jar. She said, is this mine, babe? He says, no, that one's mine. He says, what are you doing right now? I can hang a little before I go. She says, come over. I'm with like 5 people. He said, who? He says, yes, Lulu, Hope, Nat, Davion. He said, oh, okay. She said, the Mac one is mine. He said, yeah. She said, it's so good. He said, the orange bag and the Mac one. Yeah, both of those are hella gas. She says, what are you doing? He says, on the phone. She says, are you buying a prom ticket? Like, are you able to buy your own so we can bring people? Dom says, I'm not sure. Actually, no, because I'm not a senior. Maybe ask. Kenzie says, true. What are you doing? She says, what the F? Answer. She says, I want to go out to eat, or you can bring food. He said, my bad was cleaning the house a little. Okay, wait. I'm distracted with the Davion thing. So, like, okay, now I'm convinced that there was definitely something going on in that car with the Davion thing. Like, this is like the 4th time that he says, like, you know, that she says, like, oh, we're hanging out with him. I think the 4th time that he hasn't been around, too. Did prom pass? No, not yet. Because they're still getting the ugly dress. She said, my bad was, Dom says, my bad was cleaning the house. She said, my story right now. He says, LOL. He says, want to get Chinese? She said, yes. But Davion has us dead. Like, Dom said, what is he doing? Mackenzie said, bro, he's being weird AF. I'll tell you later. Not creepy. Dom said, okay, let me run somewhere and I might be able to stop by. Kenzie says, want to bring Chinese? I'm really hungry. Dom says, I'm going the opposite way. Can I give you money and you grab it? She said, bro, I have 5 people here. What are you not getting? Before you come over, bring it. Get Wild Fusion or Shinto. I kind of want Shinto. Dom, can we get Shinto? Babe, what the F? Like, you literally called me 5 minutes ago, bruh. She sends more question marks. He says, I can't hear you at the end. She said, can you give me money for Shinto? I'll go pick it up. So I just want to know, like, why Natalie Shirilla wasn't responsible financially for her little shit of a daughter. Like, can someone please let me know? Because I'm a little confused why Dom is acting like he's married to Mackenzie and all of his money has to be spent on her. Like, he literally pays for everything. She ends up moving in. I don't get it. Like, where's her parents that she hates so much? Where's her parents? How is she going to eat while having guests? I don't know, abuelitas. She's dumb as hell. What do you think happened, Melly? I think that there was something going on. I don't know. I think two things can be true at once. I think like maybe Davion and Dom knew something about Kenzie, or maybe I don't know. I even think there was maybe some cheating going on. Like my theory allegedly is that maybe even like maybe something happened that night because like remember they weren't even in the same room. I think when Davion was sleeping in one room or something and Kenzie and Dom, they weren't together that night until I think they left the party or something. I remember in the police report it said that they weren't in the same room. And then I think someone was angry for sure. I don't see why if she was trying to just unalive herself with Dom, why Davion would be included. I think Davion had something to do with it. Like, I think maybe he was involved in the fight, or maybe something happened with Kenzie and Davion and Dom that they only knew about, or I think there was a motive for that. For a minute, I was thinking that it was intentional and she just, Davion was like wrong place, wrong time. But now I'm thinking like maybe there could have been a motive, especially with that girl falling down. Allegedly, it wasn't Mackenzie, according to some people. Some people say it was her. I don't know. Something seems odd. She was cheating without a doubt, but I don't believe he was personally biased. Yeah, she's the next top model. Why isn't she paying for everything? Well, Natalie was probably out screwing around on that chump of a dad. You probably can't get up anymore. Oh my God. Oh my God, that's hilarious. Dom's brother said that Dom was breaking up with her for good. Hmm. Her friends aren't a forethought, so why would Davian be? You mean you think Davion was covering up for Chom? Me being dyslexic. Wait. Oh, okay. I don't know that they were cheating. Maybe like something else. Maybe they knew something else about each other. The thing is, when they got her out of the car, she asked them if Davion was okay. She didn't ask about Dom. That's a very good point. Davion was the only person Devil Spawns asked about the crush. See what I'm saying? So, what does that mean? And why did she lie about knowing him? Okay, he says, let's go back. She says, can you get me money for Shinto? I'll go pick it up. She says, and put the money in the ATM. He says, you didn't do the ATM yet? She says, no. He says, you can't use the ATM. She says, why? He said, you have to go into the bank. She said, why? He said, go ASAP. It didn't work for me. The ATM is broke. And if it ate your mom's money the other day, grab Shinto's and come here if you want it. When are you getting it? I'm sorry, but I have hella things to do and stressed because I'm down money and just spent $2,000 this week. I have $1,700 now and it's 900, so you good. I don't think I have to run to Lakewood anymore. Are you getting Shinto? She says, oh, already ate. He says, I bet. Did you deposit the money? She said, yeah. He says, bet, book the hotel. She said, are you like for real? Like you must be slow or something. I'ma just leave your dumb ass to figure it out. Don't text me. You really need to make 6 things up to me. Who knew the number would get this high? Bitch, those things should have been they shouldn't even be a thing. 1, why are you counting to your boyfriend? Anyways, he doesn't owe you shit. He just bought you a $700 dress. That's ugly. It was ugly. You guys can see the pictures in the thumbnails. The dress was ugly. Don't come for me. She remembered who was in the car of the accident, but why didn't she care about her boyfriend? Maybe Davion helped Dom find a new girl. Hmm. Did she really ask about Davion when they got her out of the car and not Dom? Dumb. Not Dom. No, I think she did. I think it was in one of the police reports. Hmm. Okay, she says, never who knew this number would get high? So dumb. Just go suck Sean's DICK. Dude, why does she keep doing that? He says, so then it okay, that was at 8:14 PM. And then the next day he says, what are you doing today? I just got a lot of plays, but if I get done, then quick, we can go to dinner. He says that at 10:33 AM. Should be done by 5. He says, why are you ignoring me? She loves her own message about you really need to make it up to me. He says, how? What did I do yesterday? And you know I do hella for you. I just bought you 2 dresses and booked that hotel. She says, try. He said, try what? She's just so ungrateful. Then she sends him more links of stuff to buy. And then she sends a selfie of herself. He says, cute at 8:33 PM. Where did you take that? And then she took another selfie. He says, hot. And I can't see it because it's so small, but I can guarantee you it's not hot. Then she sends TikToks. He said, Skims is almost gone. Okay, wait. So then it jumps to the 10th when she's sending those links. And then he said, Skims is almost gone. Little spot right now. Wait. Skims stain is almost gone. Remember the last time we did the text? The last live, she was mad about getting resin on her yoga pants from smoking or whatever, on her yoga Skims leggings, whatever they're called. And she was like freaking out about it. He said, little spot right now. I'm gonna throw it through the washer in a little. Hopefully it's gone, or at least not noticeable at all. She says, I'm mad. He says, I'm gonna show you what you can do in case you get resin on something else. She says, what do we do used to get oil out of clothes? Babes, what's it called? He said, lest oil. She said, bet. He says, get as much out with water, then let the lest oil sink in, then put in washer. She said, bet. He said, what happened? She said, nothing, my friend. He said, oh, okay. He says, I honestly don't think you'll notice your skim stains. I'm gonna throw through the washer when I'm in the shower and let you know. She says, want to go to Beechwood? Is it bad? He says, you want to go to Beechwood tomorrow and just hit Luca later? She said, sure. I can't leave my hair like this all day. It hurts a little, but I will. I really want that Margiela jacket. He says, what Margiela one? She said, it's cute. He said, show me. He says, I got a shower right now. Talk to you later. She says, what are we doing for Valentine's Day? He says, if I didn't book nothing big, because you told me to save the money for Florida, so on the weekend or day doesn't matter. She said, okay, bet. He says, I'll have a little surprise for you, though. She says, a little one? Dude, I can't stand Mackenzie Shirilla. Like, I cannot stand her. I think Dom was an empath. He thought if he loved her enough, she would get better. No, no, no. This does not get better. She does not get better. Someone just needs to tell her, how does it feel to want? OMG, not B-Day. Yeah, it's coming up. You guys better get ready for it. Shouldn't she be shopping in the kids section? Um, yeah. Yay! Yay, Sarah got caught up. You're going to Florida. Dude, I can't believe he actually bought her 2 dresses. That takes some balls putting the pedal to the metal straight into the brick wall. Hopefully they didn't feel any pain. I know they said Davion didn't die instantly, but Dom did. Just think about how brutal that is. Okay, she says a little one. He says 2 little surprises. She said a Balenciaga bag. What? I'm That's crazy. She's asking for a Balenciaga bag. Wow. Okay, so that was at 2:21, and then I don't know if those are redacted or they j they're blank. She says, "On the way home." He says, "Send me which ones you want." She says, "The green one, the pink one, or the silver one." She says, "What are you doing?" He says, "Just got out of the shower, about to smoke something." He said, "You wanna stop by?" He said, "I can't buy anything over 500 right now, babe." She says, "I'm really hungry." He says, "Send me a couple under 500." Kenzie says, "You can find vintage ones under that." Dom says, "I know. You've been sending me them." Kenzie says, "And I'm not gonna find any bag I like for that much, probably unless it's vintage. I'm really hungry. My mock interviews went bad, extremely bad." Dom said, "Luca isn't open till 5. Why? What happened?" She said, "I wanna get something to eat real quick now, like Chipotle kids meal, baby." He said, "Bet I was gonna say something like that would work, because 'cause I'm not trying to spend like $50 on Shinto and then 150 at Luca." She says, "Do you wanna pick me up some Chipotle, then come over?" She says, "Nug or condado." She said, "Queso and chippy?" He says, Babe, you can't grab it. My hair's soaking wet." She said, "Never mind." She said, "Never mind then." Then she says, dot, dot, dot. He says, "What are you doing right now that you can't grab it?" She said, "Okay, I'm not going to Luca, thanks." He says, "Okay then." He says, "But for real, like you could just wait a little or just go grab them. I don't know. I always have to go do the running when I'm doing things." Kenzie says, "I mean, remember you're the one who effed up 6 different times and have to make up each different time. I'm just gonna go not gonna go to Lucas if that's how you wanna be. So I'll be on your best behavior. So you'll be on your best behavior after the 6 strikes. Make it up to her by taking her to expensive restaurants." She just used the shit out of him. What the F? Yeah, dude. Like, "Oh, we're gonna get in an argument and you have to make it up to me by spending $150 on food every single time." Mallory's like, "I'm done." No, Mallory, you're not done until I'm done. She says, "I already do so much. I don't know how I have to make up 6 different things. I could have not bought either of those dresses or booked the hotel." She says, then unbook the trip and sell my dress?" Dom says, "And like I told you, I just got out the shower, like, you could at least wait 20 minutes. I know you wouldn't wanna run to Chipotle when your hair is still soaked." Kenzie said, "Like I said, I don't wanna make it 7. No, you told me you couldn't go, not that you could go in a little bit." Dom says, "I asked if you could just go, and why can't you go?" She said, "Okay, strike 3, find someone else to go to dinner with. You're lucky you're not getting effing blocked right now." Dom says, "What? I'm just telling you what happened." Kenzie says, and what I'm telling you is that I'm not going out to eat with you anymore. So now you're strike 7. Like, if it gets to 10, we might have to break up because clearly you're not trying." He says, "Why you keep score?" She said, because you don't show improvement after you lie to my face and tell me you're going to change. Dom said, like, these are very little problems. Kenzie said, so I'm going to keep track and they're little to you because you don't care. I care about every single time. That's why I keep track because you keep doing the same ignorant things you do all the time. So you're going to fix them. Text me when you're going to figure out how to fix the problem. Dom says, and you're holding them against me like we are going to break up. Sorry, I just got out of the shower and want to get dressed and brush my teeth. Dom says, look, I'm not talking to you about this right now. Kenzie says, text me when you're going to figure it out. Until then, we have issues only if you were mature enough to fix them. Dom says, this is not how a relationship works, babe. Kenzie says, they do say girls are more mature than boys and mature faster. So just text me when you're going to figure it out or go get the food. Dom says, man, I would get the food if you could wait 20 minutes and not threaten to break up with me. Like, you expect husband behavior from me, but when I'm not a husband and you threaten to not even have me as a boyfriend, like, you'd get every bag you want, everything I could give you if you just didn't do all that shit. Wow. Dom really changed 2021 and 2022. If you guys have been here from the beginning, which some of you have been loyal from the beginning of these text messages, and he was a piece of shit at first, remember? We thought he was like rude. And then it turns out it's her. She was always the problem. Dom just has a lot of trauma and needs someone who can treat him right. Do you guys agree or what? Loyal, I know. And he's like buying her $500 purses. You can be my boyfriend. Strike 7, where's 1 to 6? Yeah, they already happened. He already like made up for them, but now she's just adding on. I don't know. Like, I can't keep up anymore. Stop calling her babe. Yeah, I know. Mature. I know. Mallory and I feel the same. I don't know. Dom is tripping. I could have 250 times. They are not married. I know, continuously involved. That's what I'm saying. She acts like they're married and she's entitled to like 50% of his assets or some shit. You know what I mean? Like, she's like, "Oh, that's all mine." He's literally supporting her, and she's only 17 here, and he's 20. Like, and he's supporting her like if they were married and had kids and shit. I'm like, absolutely not. She says, "Do you have 5 minutes to fix how you're talking to me and fix it, or you're getting blocked?" She says, "Oh, yeah?" She questions her message. Then she says, "Is that how it is?" And this is on the 10th at 2:45 p.m. She says, 5. Here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I don't like when Mackenzie counts, but I kind of like when you guys count. When you guys count when I'm coming up. When you guys are like 5. Am I sick in the head? Okay, moving on. She said, I just think it's funny. Not if my boyfriend's doing it though. Dom says, yeah, I'd make you my whole world if you didn't threaten to take it away. Oh, so cute. Okay, moving on. She said blocked. What a B word. What a B word. I liked Dom and I didn't want to like him because it would be easier to hear these texts. Mandy, you're so right. Like, it would be easier. We know she can count to 10 at least that far. To me. At least she can count to 10. Want to be a Bala. It's okay, Melly. We still love you. Please do love me. We do have a lot of inside jokes. People probably coming in here that are like not into the case yet or this stuff are probably like, what is going on here? He's a douche canoe. Yeah, but she never blocked him. No, she's just a manipulative narcissist. She says, blocked. If you're going to suck this bad, maybe you should just cancel Florida. Dom says, just calm down and we'll talk later. She says, no, you're not going to get your shit together right now, or we're going to cancel Florida tonight. Like, you're the perfect person to talk to. What? You're the perfect person to talk to when I'm having a bad day because you know how to just make it much worse. I will start typing if I was you. Dom says, tell me when you're having a bad day. Tell me when you're in a mood. Let me know. All this bad energy could have been avoided. Our convo could have went like this. This is what Dom is saying. Can you get Chipotle? I just got out of the shower. Can you? No, I'm having a bad day. Okay, give me 20 minutes. I'll go get it. Facts. Yes, Dom. Yes. Kenzie says, it could have gone like this. Hey, babe, can you get me Chipotle? Then you could have told me you would get it in like 20 minutes instead of saying, you've done, you've done as I'm done texting you. Slow AF. I would watch your tone and start trying to make this right. Like I said, you know what's going to happen. Dom says, look, let me just smoke a joint and then I'll go grab the food. I don't have to leave for this play anymore. Text me what you want. She says, nah, I don't even care anymore. Like, I'm already too hungry. Just don't text me. Thank you for making everything so much worse. Per usual, maybe if you were actually a supportive boyfriend, I would have just done it. He says, are you a supportive girlfriend? I feel unappreciated, unloved, and underlooked like every day. You threaten all these things, and I still try to do shit for you. But okay. She says, what the F are you talking about? Okay, I'll just meet your energy. But okay. You really didn't even text me for 3 days or even ask why I was mad or ignoring you. He said, it wasn't 3 days, it was one day. Kenzie says, I'm going to tell you this is your last chance to be a good boyfriend. And I know exactly what I'm talking about and how to do that. If you do not do that, or if one more thing goes wrong and you do not try to fix it immediately, we are done. Dom says, Kenzie, I love you, but you've been treating me terrible the past 6 months. I'm not stopped you from anything. I'm not stopping you from anything. Kenzie said, is that what you're saying? You're not going to be better? You have 1 minute to reply. Dom says, I'll always be the best I can be without affecting me in a negative way. Kenzie said, it's a yes or no question. Last chance. I'm getting so serious. Dom says, well, yeah, then I'm always going to try to do better. That isn't something that stops. That's just something I do. Kenzie said, clearly you just stopped because you're stupid, because you stopped trying as soon as I let you F me. I think Kenzie has a problem. Hi, Cree, I missed you. I think Kenzie has a problem with sex. I don't know if something happened. I don't know what makes her be like this. She clearly has a problem with being with intimacy and with Dom. I don't think it's just the cheating. She's always like, "Oh, I don't want to have sex with you because it's he cheated on her." It could be, but I think that I don't know. She has like insecurity issues or she's just gay. LOL. Stop. I mean, she's probably is kissing girls in jail. But no, I think she has like real mental like issues. Like I don't think she should be in the prison. I think she needs to be in a state-funded mental facility. I don't know if there's repair for Kenzie. What is it called? I'm it's late, so I'm spacing on the words. Like when you're rehabilitated. Like, no, she can't be rehabilitated. She's evil. She said, You stopped trying as soon as I let you FUCK me. Like for real. Dom says, what? Kenzie says, like you literally stopped trying as soon as I let you F me. Like you literally only try when you mess up and I force you to. So it's just not special. Dom says, Kenzie, we haven't effed in over a year. What do you mean? I always try for you. I feel like it just goes unnoticed now. And I would try 10 times harder. But like I said, I can't make you my world if you're going to threaten to take it away. First of all, no sex, no love, no respect, no maturity. Bye. I'm out. I'm checking out. Don't try to date me. You're getting blocked. Don't want to talk to you. Not even giving it a chance. Like, period. Are you guys? I feel like we're all on the same page here. Are you on the same page? We're on the same page. Now keep her next door to the man lady. A year. Maybe she was just never attracted to Dom, just his money. I knew girls like that growing up. Literally, what's in this for Dom? That's my question, just Jamie. That's what I'm saying. Let alone respect. Oh, come on, don't be like that, Melly. Anton, no, 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 no. Psycho of the Year award. Yup. That's about the age she's trying to bring up. I mean, I get it. They're young, but still. But still. Like, I don't know. Is he autistic maybe? No, I think he has mental issues. She's kissing girls in jail, Melly. Look up Romeo and Juliet law. Oh, okay. I think it has something to do with his assault. I think it bothers her and I have to sneeze. And I think it bothers her and she always makes comments with him about being he's 20 and she's 16. Okay. I feel like that's the age when people get like when teenagers get like really horny. And they can't like I was gonna sneeze, sorry, and it like went away. Because I said shabe. Um, that's not true. But anyways, I feel what was I saying? I got distracted with my sneeze. I forgot. Okay. Yeah, she's enjoying her jail friends. I think he's on the spectrum. I thought he had was he not schizophrenic? I know his brother was, so I didn't know if something was raging hormones. Oh yeah, I was talking about that. I was saying like raging hormones in high school. Thank you, Yvonne. Yeah, that's how everyone was in my high school, like raging hormones. So that's all I'm gonna say. He was probably scared. Actually, at this point, girl, I don't want that. Like, if I was Dom, I would be like, yeah, I don't want to have sex with you because your mouth is disgusting. The way you talk and treat people is disgusting. So no, I don't find you sexually attractive. Like that is really a thing. I just think he has mental issues, which is fine. We all have them. Like, we all go through things. But I think Dom like he says throughout the text messages, he wanted to get help. He had a lot of stuff going on. He had a lot of trauma. But for some reason he loves her. I don't get it. Let's continue. He says, and I would try 10 times harder, but like I said, I can't make you my world if you're going to threaten to take it away and make me feel like shit all the time. Kenzie said, I said, that's when you stop trying. We have issues. Like, honestly, we might just have to break up right now. He questions her message. She said, your effing gross ass attitude. He says, I'm confused now. She said, I said, you stop trying as soon as I let you F me, not how long we haven't effed, dumbass. You should be confused, dumbass. He said, yeah, so that's why I'm confused. She said, you try, I'll try 10 times harder. You don't, I'm going to make you hate your life. She says, you are so slow. She says, please go get help. Dom says, you're talking about when we first met? Kenzie, I tried hard AF. What do you mean? I don't think you notice it. I try way harder now than when we first met. I just don't have the time like I used to. Trust me. And I really don't get the threats. Why do you want to make me hate my life? When you say these things, it makes me think you don't love me. I'll try and do so much more. I just can't be put under the emotional stress all the time. I have enough stress and my family is falling apart. To be honest, I don't think that many people I know could do exactly what I do. I don't think they'd be able to sleep. Kenzie says in caps, you, period, are, period, slow, period. I said, I'm going to match your energy. If you're going to not get good answers and be a dick and be dry and unhelpful, then I'm going to make you hate your life. Literally psychopathy here. My theory is that Dom is questioning his sexuality and Kenzie senses that and uses it. That feels to be awful to him and he's in some kind of denial. Okay. I like your guys' opinions and theories. Every time he tried, she knocked him down and belittled him more. Mother had issues herself. Yes, Natasha. Such a mean girl. Nasty mouth. Coercive control type thing. Yes. I feel like Kenzie's like, yeah. Yes, we're getting there. Okay, she says, if you want to be a good boyfriend and do everything that it takes to make me the happiest girl in the world, then I'll be good for you too. Until then, I'm just going to keep doing what I'm doing. I don't care. He says, I'll be a good boyfriend and you should care. She says, quote unquote, try. Nah, you're going to, or you will be single. Not believing one bit of that, to be honest. He says, I'm already a good boyfriend. I'll be a better one. But you gotta hold back when you're angry or in a mood. You know what they say. Kenzie says, I would watch what you're about to say. For real. When I'm mad, I would do everything it takes to make me better. We're clearly not. When I'm mad, you would do everything it takes to make me better. We're clearly, it's not gonna work out. 1 minute. She makes sense in that text. She said, to reply. He says, look, they say don't speak when you're angry. When I'm angry, I'm not going to talk to you either because I don't want to provoke a fight. And yes, I'm going to do whatever it takes to help you with anything as long as it's not affecting me negatively. She says, your answers aren't good enough. Still. She sends 5 question marks. You have 1 minute. Are you for real? Like you're already going to start? He says, Dom says, nothing really more I can do with the answers. I'm going to just let you know that I love you and I'm always going to be there for you. And I want to make you feel like the most special person in the world. And right now, you might not feel that, but I'm going to show you. She sends like a straight face. I'll believe it when I see it, she says. We better be going to Luca since you couldn't drive 5 minutes away and get me a Chipotle. He says, yeah, we're going to Luca when you want to go. And I was going to, but I didn't know what you wanted. She says, I haven't ate all day. This is the only thing you're going to take me to eat, then I'll go there. And I want that meat. He says, yeah, I'm dying for Luca, so what time are we going? She said, 5. He says, bet. Blair and Jake got some Zaza for me, so we got some gas to smoke. I'll be ready at 5. He says, grab cart battery, I'm about to be on the way. She said, "K." He says, here at 4:58 p.m. You guys, and don't forget that Luca is like $150. Remember he said it earlier? He's like, he said, hold on, I might have to put on my other headphones. He said earlier, I'm not spending $150 there. Luca's a restaurant that she wanted to take his mom after the accident, which is effing weird. I think it's hilarious how she calls him dumb when she has like a 50-word vocabulary. Okay, he says here at 4:58 p.m. She says, okay, she's sending a Chanel purse. She says, bring carts, a box. Did you just leave? Oh, okay. So he was there, they went to dinner, and then at 8:42, she says, did you just leave? And then she sends links for Nike shoes. And then it's the next morning on 2:11. She's at 9:51 a.m. She says, babe, can you get me these? She sends a bunch of Nike shoes. He says, yes, I got you. She said, babe, look at them for Florida. He says, my bad. When you sent me that, I was driving with hella shit on me. And it's 3:25 p.m. She says, they're so cute. Get them too. He says, yeah, I got you. They're only 60. She said, can I buy them right now? He said, okay, bet. I'll get them. He said, buy Universal tickets. She says, I'm going to have my mom do it. He said, okay, bet. She says, Chipotle. He says, I'm doing plays. She says, can you get it and drop it to me? It's $4.95. She says, Insta. He says, I'm gonna be a bit, can you DoorDash the dress? She said, my post. No. He says, oh. He said, one sec. He said, cute. Driving right now though. Look more later. She said, please get me it. Like, there's no food here, Dom. Like, this shit sucks. You can't do lettuce on the app. You have to go in to get what I get. Like, WTF. I don't like this. Dom says, babe, I'm a half hour away. Can you do special instructions? She said, OMG, OMG. Like, are you for real? And she keeps sending periods and question marks. Like, nah, I do not like this. You would rather do cells than make sure I eat? Dude, she, I think we have a lot of patience to get, yeah, tell your mom to cook. I don't think her mom knows how to cook. Thank you, Sarasaurus Rex, for joining Mellyverse. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We're happy to have you. It's a great way to support the channel. She's making Dom pay for somebody to do her homework. Dude, why does do they ever eat at home? Like, I love me a good home cooked meal. You know what I mean? Like, I really do. Listening to this is not good for my blood pressure. Just Jamie, just relax. We got you, girl. I wish the whole world could hear these. I know. And if you guys haven't heard all of them, please do start the playlist. We have about 40 lives that I've done of these text messages. I really have been getting into it. My ex would always do that since that's more important to you. Oh no, I'll say. Oh no. Let me find out you have a woman like that around you. I love to cook too. Cree, come cook for me. Okay. Yeah, she's a gaslighter. She says, you would rather do sales than make sure I eat? Well, yeah, because he has to pay for all your shit. Anyways, he says, I have to make money. Oh, yeah. See, look, I have to make sure everyone eats. She says, okay. And with 6 question marks, cool. I'm just not going to eat, I guess. Thanks. He says, maybe see if you have a little lettuce in your fridge. I'm sorry. Nothing I can do really. I'm already on the way to dude. He says, trying to pour up at 6:53. Running one place, then I can slide. Let me know if you're trying to so I can grab some soda or something. She says, I have a shoot tomorrow. Let's do it tomorrow, actually. Or tonight. I don't care. Dom says, when is your shoot? She said 3 to 4, 3 to 5. He says, I'm going to grab it. She said, okay, bet. You're coming to my photo shoot, right? He says, I didn't know I was, but yeah. Where is it? She said, Strongsville. He said, lit. She said, good, about to be done at 7:34 a.m. He said, I'm running to Sheets right now. Or should I go after? And then she sends more links to shoes. She says, do you have my purse? He says, yeah. She says, I'm home at 9:04 p.m. She says, where are you at? WTF? Where are you? I need a blanket. He questions her message. What's going on, Nug? Oh, then it jumps to the next morning. 9:07. He says, what's going on, Nug? He said, am I still going to your shoot? She said, yeah, if you want to come, I want you to. He said, okay, bet. He said, where is Strongsville? Is it his studio? Kenzie said, close. Be here by 2:10. Dom said, 3:10? Question mark. Should I just get picked up? She says, F you. I'm so done with you right now. Dumbass mother effer. We have issues. Wait, am I tripping? What just happened here? Why is she flipping out? Did I miss something? No, she's just being her crazy self. He says 3:10. Oh, because she said 2:10. He's like, no, 3:10. He says, should I just get picked up? She says, F you. I'm so done with you right now. Dumbass mother effer. We have issues. Dom says, Rick said he doesn't care. I can stay. Oh, he must have called her. He says, just don't know what I'm here for. I guess just let me know when you want me to come back up or if I should dip. Oh, wait. Rick is the photo shoot guy. He says, I can stay. Just don't know what I'm here for. I guess just let me know when you want me to come back or dip. I guess she says, I guess you can come in. Rick said you can come back. Don't be annoying. I'm still mad at you for real. Dom says, okay, I'm coming. And then she sends screenshots. Yeah, Kenzie, you're meeting with some guy who's a photographer for your fake modeling gig, and you don't want your boyfriend there. I used to do like promo stuff like that, and I would always have my boyfriend. I wouldn't go if I didn't because I was like scared that I was gonna get like killed or, like all these girls do in true crime, or raped or attacked or something scary. Oh, I think I know who, Laura. Just FC, I can't with her psycho arse. I know. I would have told her, no, I'm good. He's there to pay. That's also true. She says, she's sending a bunch of links. Ship. Okay, so clothes, more clothes and shoes. She said yes or no at 5:31 p.m. She says question mark, question mark. He says a little wait. She said, how long? He says, where are you parked? She said, Home Goods. Dom says, they just said not that long waiting on a couple tables. Then she sends a picture. She says, what should we do? So what happened to her photo shoot? Wait, what time was this? Oh, so this was after the photo shoot. She says, so what should we do? And then she sends more clothes links. And Dom sends a picture. And then she says, Vince and Nat are coming over. Dom says, I'll come back later. And that was at 7:50 p.m. And then Dom says, what are you doing? Kenzie says, I deadass will not talk to you for a month. Your attitude needs to be fixed tonight, and I'm not telling you how to fix it. Your stupid ass attitude is a problem every single day, and I don't have time for it. You would like to bring it out when I'm effing stressed out and panicking. So F you, we're on a break until you figure out how to work things out. I'm so serious too. Dom says, I really didn't do much. I don't know why you gotta grade me like a math test. Let me know if you want to use the hot water over here. He said that on 2/12 at 11:17 p.m. So it goes from the 12th to the 14th. Oh, are you guys ready for this? We just got to Valentine's Day. We just got, wait, am I reading that right? Valentine's Day? Yep. Do these people not watch true crime on YouTube? A modeling photographer. Okay, she's slow. I know, Alicia. I know. That's why I said I'm shook. I think those photos, yes, I do. We will be going live and watching all of that, yeah, and doing all of the Instagram and TikTok pictures and all of that. Cree, please drive safe. Okay, so now we're on Thanksgiving. She sends, this is crazy. She sends a picture of something. She's okay. Oh, so there's not even any Valentine's Day. Did I say Thanksgiving? Did I say Thanksgiving? I thought I said Thanksgiving. Are they fun? Maybe not. It doesn't even have any Valentine's Day texts. I thought they would be fighting on Valentine's. Yeah, no, it's just one. It goes from the 12th to the one pic on the 14th and then the 16th. So there must have been nothing interesting or bad on Valentine's. Because then on the 16th, she says answer at 8:01 p.m. She says now, WTF. He said what? Oh, wait, just kidding. I'm so blind. I'm like reading these wrong. Let's go back. It's the 14th. And then it jumps to the 15th. She says, answer right now. WTF at 9:34 p.m. on the 15th. He said, what? He said, now it's delivering. She said, okay. She said, babe, would you drive me to school at 8? She says, for the senior thing. And then pick me up after. Dom? She says, he didn't respond. And then she says, blocked because he didn't respond fast enough. She said, should have known you wouldn't changed. We can go right back on being on a break if you want. She says, for real, making me regret accepting your apology. She says, are you on the way? He says, no, you didn't hit me up. Come now? She said, yes, at 8:42 a.m. She says, I lost, bruh, to a hoe and a flannel. In a flannel. He says, you gotta be joking. Are you in the pic? She said, no, I'm in the pic. For real. He says, I'm about to be there. Who is the bitch? She said, I don't even know her. She's weird. He says, here. He said, it's always someone who deaf shouldn't have got it. Kenzie sends a screenshot. He laughs at it. He says, where you at? I don't get it. I don't know what they're talking about. She didn't get it? The modeling gig? What is she talking about? Why is it not adding up in my head? She said, I'm in the pic. I'm confused. I don't know what that's about. She said, she's weird. He says, here, it's always someone who shouldn't have got it. He laughs at the image. Then he says, where you at 8:48 a.m. She sends dresses, more links to clothes. He says, play a game of fort. He says, package sane by 7 p.m. tomorrow, too. He said, before it says like 1:45, so we'll see. Kenzie says, I'm on with Nat. Join. Join. He says, okay, one sec. He says, how many left? She says, we just started a new one. He says, okay, I'm going to play solo. She says, join now. Now. He said, okay, one sec. He says, I joined. He said, Brian rocks. She said, LOL. He said, oh, it says delivered. He says, we should have just quit when we landed different places. She says, LMAO. He says, I'm done. I'm a shower, then come over with your surprise. At 1:24 p.m. She says, yay. And then she sends more stuff for him to buy her. She's sending Nikes, clothes. She says, what are you doing at 2:42 p.m.? She says, question mark, question mark. He says, here. He said, is my cart there? She said, no. And then she sends more links for stuff for him to buy her. He says, I like that. He says, I found it too. It was in my car. She's sending more clothing links and more links. She says 61% off. He says, I honestly don't like that one. She says, I like it a lot. Can you get me food? He says, what do you want? At 7:00 p.m. She says, Chipotle. He says, yeah, I got you. He says, what do you want? She said, never mind. She says, I don't want it anymore. He says, why? She says, I don't know. I just don't have an appetite. He says, do you want anything else? She says, LOL. He said, I'll get something to you if you want something. Just let me know soon before I'm tired because I'm still off no sleep. She says, babe, would you pick up some Shinto, white rice, and hibachi veggie? And then she sends a picture of something. She says, yes, just locked it over. Just knocked it over. And Lulu did like y'all just come to smoke. He says, probably. She says, Dom says, damn, how? He said, is that the whole thing? Order the Shinto and let me know what the name is for it and I'll grab it. She said, yes, I'm so mad. He says, get me a side of filet and fried rice. She said, okay, cool. You set under? He said, yeah. Oh, under Dom? He said, yeah. He said, let me know time. He said, I'll go grab. She said, okay, bet. She said, this bitch on the phone is annoying. I'm for real about to get mad. She's not okay. Like, got me on hold for 10 years, then acts slow AF on the phone. WTF. Like, go be a DICK. What the F? Dom says they're probably super busy. She said, nah, she's just being slow. 5 seconds. WTF. Dom says our meals should not be $50. Should be under 25 for sure. Dom, Kenzie says, call me right now. Right now. Dom said, I am. FaceTime hasn't been working. She said, answer. He said, FaceTime has not been working. She said, still 56. Just make sure still. Dom says, nah, WTF. Filet, 13. Fried rice, 3. Vegetables, 450. Mackenzie says, I'ma just cancel it. He says, white rice, 3. That's 23.50. He says, yeah, I'm super tired and getting really annoyed. She says, I'm for real gonna freak out at 8:08 p.m. She said, just go to bed. I love you. He says, love you too. Okay. Then she says, I will effing kill this bitch. Like WTF. Dom says, I guess if you figure it out, I'll grab it. Just let me know. Dom says, yeah, I'm so salty. She says, want a sip? He says, I want food a little too. She says, can I sleep over? He says, not right now, not tonight. She said, okay. He said, I'm mad and tired, and now for real wouldn't be enjoyable. She said, cool. Kenzie says, I mean, I thought we could make it fun, but okay, now I mean, I don't want to have to start making steaks again, but whatever. Dom says, what? Kenzie says, like, you're all positive until it comes to your mood. But whatever, we don't have to have a sleepover. Dom says, I'm mentally exhausted. I wasn't planning at getting up at 7 today. It's 8 and I want to go to bed soon. If you want to, we can just do steaks and sip tomorrow or Friday. She says, tomorrow. He says, or do steaks tomorrow and sip on Friday or something. She says, where you at? He says, about to be at Shinto. She says, okay. So that was at 8:30 p.m. And then at midnight, she says, 2 carts for 60. He says, yes. She said, what time should I make everybody leave my house? Because I'm picking up Natalie right now. Oh, wait, was it midnight or the next day? He says, don't really matter. I'm about to go to the gym, then shower, probably hit up a couple cells so you can kick it with them for a while. Kenzie said, some reason I had hella sales today. Dom says, I probably want to start sipping like 7 p.m. or later. So now it's the 17th at 1 p.m. Sipping means they're going to sip alcohol. I know. I don't know why they say sipping instead of just drinking. Why, if you're hungry? She's probably gotten over him for so many things without him even realizing. I don't even think she loves Dom at all. All these clothing links, but in all of her photos, she looks like an experimental generator putting cheap, trendy outfits. Yeah. They wear Balenciaga to high school, but itemize the dinner receipt. I don't get it. They have to be doing something in the bedroom, maybe just not penetration, but anything else. I thought it was lean. Oh, is it? All the baby oh, it's lean, not the alcohol. Oh, that's what he means by sip. So they're drinking promethazine with codeine. That's what lean is. Wow. I remember them liking to do that, but I can't believe I spaced it and thought it was alcohol. He says, I probably want to start sipping like 7 p.m. or later. He says, bet, hit him all, make some bank. She said, I just sold 3 carts. He said, good shit. She said, 35 for all. LOL. He says, we should get you a couple more good clients. She said, yes. I only like selling the girls too. Or Logan, LOL. Gavin. She says, they always ask me for Bud though. Dom says, I know, I'd only send you to girls. I'll talk to you about it though. We'll get it going. He says, I'm hitting Walmart today for stuff at my house. Do you want me to grab anything for you? Like certain snacks or anything? She said, grab some snacks. Dom says, I figured what certain shit though. She says, when are we hanging? Did you get soda? He says, no, I'm at Walmart. He says, you want to go to the mall and get it? or you want to just go to the gas station? She said, I don't know. I'm with Nat. She's leaving soon. Dom says, when do you want me to make the steaks? She says, want to do it at 6? He says, yeah, bet I'm hungry and I didn't know if I should go get food. He says, can you take them out at 5:30 if you want me to cook at 6? She says, I'll take them out at 5:30. He says, bet. She says, I'm annoyed. He says, why, babe? She says, how long? He said, 1 minute. And that was at 6:06 p.m. And then she's sending pieces to the Puffco, I think. She says, did you ask anyone? Okay, so now it jumps to the 18th. She says, did you ask anyone yet? Dom says, to go to the cabins? She said, yes. He says, no, not yet. She says, Starbucks, WTF, delivered? Like, you better be here before 6:30 or I'm mad. Okay. She says, 5 my ass. Quote unquote, my phone is dead. I'm going to eat, like WTF, making me effing wait to eat for nothing. Dom says, I just got back. My bad. The charger isn't in my car because of the one day at the mall. She said, with Starbucks, because there's no reason it took you that long other than getting Starbucks. Dom says, and I couldn't turn around because I would be more late. I was hitting a fat play in the hood. Kenzie said, because there's no reason it took you that long other than getting Starbucks. Dom says, okay, you want me to come cook now or not? She said, we have issues. You can either fix them or get ignored. Dom says, Kenzie, I can come make the steaks right now. Play, there was nothing I could do. I pulled up to Elwiria with all that shit on me, and this kid took like 15 minutes to get back to his house after I was already there and didn't even have the money counted. So we spent all this time and make sure it was right. By it was a half hour later and I had to drive back. I'm pissed. Did you eat already? Yeah, it was really the kid's fault though. He was so unprofessional. Or do you still want Starbucks? He said, take the steaks out. She said, obviously I want Starbucks, but now it's 7 o'clock. So if I drink Starbucks, I'm up all night. You lied to me about the time. I could give two F's about that kid. If I'm ever put behind some stupid little Elvira kid, there's going to be problems. You're going to apologize to me in person. I could have ate at like 4, but you are effing dumbass told me not to eat because you were going to be ready at 5. Dom says, I did not tell you not to eat. She said, it's effing 8. He said, no. I said I had plays at 5. She says, I would watch your mouth. He says, I should have been done at 6. Kenzie says, I wouldn't want you to end up getting blocked, you know? He says, Kenzie, I'm just saying what I actually said. Kenzie says, and I'm just saying I would watch your effing mouth and be on your best behavior if you want this relationship to work because you just prove yourself wrong every day. Honestly, this is your last strike. Like, we should be breaking up right now. He says, I'm not entertaining those comments anymore. She said, okay, then we're going on a break. You ignore me until you figure your life out. Go home. I'm not eating that steak. We're actually taking a break. Since you want to be immature AF and act weird and ghetto, go home. And it's literally 7:42 p.m. He says, I'm making the steaks. You can eat it or don't eat it. You're the one acting immature, babe. She said, okay, I'm just not going to eat it. I really don't want to have to text my dad. He says, and say what? That I'm trying to make you steaks? Kenzie said, you're not leaving my house when I'm telling you to leave. You literally came up here, fake apologized, and then started arguing with me again. And that's why we're on a break and you need to get the F out of my house. If you don't get the F out of my house, I'm going to text my dad and he's going to throw your ass out. Dom says, no, I said I meant I was sorry, but most of it wasn't my fault. Okay, I'm dipping. He says, what do you want me to do about the steaks? She says, I don't give an F, just like you don't. He says, okay, I'm going to take them home, I guess. She said, don't you love matching energy? He says, should I just make them? Okay. She says, are you going to apologize? He said, you're not making sense, but okay. She said, and actually mean it? He says, I did apologize. Kenzie says, yeah, did I just argue Did you just argue with me in 3 seconds? No, you didn't, because you just said arguing with me again right after you didn't apologize. You have 5 minutes to decide. Dom says, "You argue too." He says, "I'm getting on." She says, "Bet." Okay, wait. So they must have played Fortnite. He says, "I'm getting on at 9:52 PM." She says, "Bet." Dude, she lost her shit. The level of rage and pettiness she has is something I've never seen. Hmm. Okay, she says, "You up?" He says, "Yeah, just woke up at 10:16 the next morning." She said, "Danny is coming with me." He said, "That's" she said, "She never comes with me when I go." Dom said, "She's probably afraid of you." Oh, Danny, her sister. Dom says, "She's probably afraid of you." She, like, hardly ever mentions her sister. I wonder what type of dynamic they had. Let me know if you know in the chat or in the comments. Kenzie says, "Why?" Dom says, "I'm joking." And then Kenzie sends a bunch of TikToks. He says, "Are you home? Call me when you're home." She says, "No." She says, "I'm there." He said, "Never mind. I was going to ask if you seen something, but I found it." He says, "I'm so salty" at 1:52 PM. She says, "I got you something." He's Dom says, "Toph is" can you guys hear me when I say that? "Toph is trying to unalive himself again." That's what Dom said. He says, my dad is being a DICK to my mom." Kenzie said, "Of course he is." Dom said, "He's taking Toph to the hospital." Kenzie said, "Just kick them the F out." Dom says, "I just cleaned the whole house for them." Kenzie said, "F them." Dom says, "Toph is going to the hospital." Kenzie says, "I'll help you do shit." Dom says, "They're leaving right now." "Just stressing my mom out though." Kenzie says, "I'm here for y'all." Dom says, "It just works me up whenever he raises his voice at her. I get really mad and get a bunch of adrenaline. I don't know exactly what's going on. It just makes me mad." Kenzie said, "Because he's a piece of shit and shouldn't even be living there." Dom says, "I'm talking to my dad about it." Wait. Oh, he says, "I'm talking about my dad." So he's not even talking about Toph. He's talking about his dad is a piece of shit and shouldn't be living there. And you know what? She's so disgusting. Like Toph, if you guys don't know, Toph has schizophrenia. And so he's sick. And she's always like so evil to him. But here he's talking about his dad because Dom does not like his dad. He had a traumatic upbringing from what he says. He says, "I'm talking about my dad." Kenzie said, "So is he." Dom says he's mad because he thinks he could have gotten Chris into something for his rugs, but there's a waiting list. So he really can't. So he really is just mad. He has to take Chris to the hospital right now. But if I were him, I'd be mad too. Toph is just an a-hole. There's people withdrawing from heroin. But my dad is an a-hole too. Kenzie says, "I feel bad. I don't know what to do, babe. I want to help." Dom says, "Nothing really to do. I just try and help with what I can." She says, "Do you want to come get what I got you?" He says, "I didn't even shower yet today. I was cleaning over there for a while." He says, "One sec," on the phone. She said, "Hurry. We need to be there at 7:30. He says, "Want to get food there too?" She said, "Yes." He said, "It looks like they have pizza." She said, "Bet." He says, "Also, I have a wood rolled up if you want to smoke." She said, "I'm down for a wood." She said, "My mom is making chicken minis." He said, "Gas." He said, "I'm outside." He said, "I was grabbing stuff out of your car." Okay. That was at 10:29 PM. And then it jumps to 4 o'clock in the morning. He says, "Did you leave?" Kenzie says, "Locked door." "Yes, I told you I was." "My nose is so bad." Dom said, "I'm sad now. I was confused." She says, "I can't breathe." Dom said, "Oh yeah, I'm sorry, babe." She says, I'm in pain. I want to lay with you. I don't know what to do. Dom says, I should have came with you. She said, yes. Dom says, I want to come, but it's cold. I'm going to just stay in bed. It's already 5 a.m. He says, we'll chill tomorrow though. And then she sends a bunch of TikToks at 5 o'clock in the morning. And then he says at 8:36, the Mazda. And then she sends more TikToks. She's obsessed with the TikTok. She's sending a bunch of TikTok links, stuff that she made. He says at 10:24 a.m., need more shit from BBC. She said BBC, LOL. He said BBC, but made by an Asian dude. What seller sends you the free stuff? Kenzie says, what do you mean? I apply for them. It's not just a seller, and I'm getting a new phone. She's sending question marks. What is going on? Dom says, I hit that by accident. She says, why are you just calling and hanging up? He says, I didn't know. I FaceTime you. He says, yeah, I know you have to apply. I just want to see what seller it is on DHgate because maybe they can do stuff for me. Not for free, stuff like I'm going to order stuff from them. I don't know what the hell they're talking about. Kenzie sends a bunch of links. Then he says, that's the original recipe. He says, people in America use cream and garlic and stuff though, because our cheese ain't good like Italy. I wonder how good their cheese is though. Kenzie says, are you for real? Like, I would answer right now if I was you. What? Okay, so they're talking about cheese at 11:36 a.m. And then she says, are you for real? Like, I would answer right now if I was you. She says, you're single. AF. Waste all my effing 4 years with you. Your apologies never mean nothing. He says, yeah, you're throwing it away over a phone call. Okay, so they're talking on the phone and they got into a fight. Yeah, I think she did. One minute she hates his family, and then next she's all over them. See how concerned he is about his issues? Yeah, I know. She says, he says, yeah, you're throwing it away over a phone call. She says, your apologies are fake, just like everything else that comes out of your mouth. Dom says, it really isn't, but all right. I'm really not going to entertain any breakup or break threats anymore because it's once a week. I have enough to deal with. Kenzie said, funny you think I'm joking. We are done. If you can't grasp how to talk to me and how you need to treat me, is that we're not going to be together. You've apologized many times for talking to me like this. Yeah, you can't seem to stop doing it. So sad to see 3 years down the drain because you can't talk to women, especially after falsely apologizing. I'm going to give you another chance to make this right because this is our future on the line. I need to know if you're going to try, like actually try this time and not lie to my face. And if you're not, then I'm going to move on. Is that a yes or no question? And I wouldn't say anything but yes or no. She says, you have 5 minutes to reply. He says, yes. She said, when are you planning on doing this? He says, I still need my own boundaries. She says, I mean, I can block you again. He says, but I do want to make things work. She said, and find someone who's going to be good for me. Are you going to make it up to me and be better? This is about you, and it's a yes or no question, and this is about you. Dom says, I'm not sure you don't treat me good and threaten to break up with me every week. You need to change to for this to work. She said, last chance. Are you going to make it up to me and be better? Dom says, Kenzie, I have my boundaries. I said what I said. I'm not going to say it again. She said, is that you saying no? Dom says, you have to be better too. Kenzie says, why are you doing the same thing you did earlier? Just proving my point that you don't change. Thanks for letting me know. You're blocked. He says, you're proving you don't care. I'm done with the threats. She says, I don't care. There's nothing to prove. Have fun trying to live life. Just want to let you know that's a threat. Dom said, and what's the threat about? Kenzie said, play games with me and F with my life. You're going to regret you ever slid up on Khaleesi's story. Oh, So she's mad that he was on someone's Snapchat, I think, right? She says, "We're done. You will see." Dom says, "You're just showing me you don't care." Is that what that means? I don't know. She says, "I said I don't care 2 times. This is the second time. I do not care." Third time. Kenzie says, "You don't realize what you've lost. Your business is going to be doomed. You're going to get no bitches. There's going to be terrible rumors about you because I'm going to talk about how terrible you treated me the whole relationship. And I'm going to make sure the whole world knows you're an effing cheater and you treat women like effing shit and your family is a goddamn mess." I'm sorry. Like, I I don't get it. What isn't she mad about? I just remembered that Davian and Dom texted their families slash friends before the crash. Dom even texted his dad, didn't he? Yeah, I think so. I can't stand her. Me either. Why, Dom? Why does he want to make it work? He gets nothing but torture out of this relationship. I know, Mallory. It's disgusting. She says, okay, your family's a goddamn mess. She said, "Thanks for wasting my whole effing high school when I could have been with people that actually teach me a lesson rather than waste my goddamn time. I would watch your back from now on. Honestly, more than your back." This is literally at 1:45 in the morning. He says, "You're taking me for granted, Kenzie, and the fact you threaten any of that is crazy." Kenzie says, "I would watch everything from now on. F you. I'm so serious with my whole soul. You're actually a gross effing pig. You get me addicted to weed, show me this crazy world, and let me become obsessed with you, cheat on me 3 times, claim you change, then flirt with a 15-year-old. You do this. It's going to be more than crazy. You should honestly be worried. You majorly effed up." She has serious issues, like serious issues. Dom says, "It's weed, dude. What are you talking about? 90% of people smoke weed. LMAO, you smoke more than me." She's loving her own messages. He says, "And yes, I did change. I'm sorry you're not going to be with me to see it." She loved her own messages again. She said, "You didn't. You're still the same gross cheating pig. You will never change. I know the vibes. I can see it. I go through your phone all the time when you're sleeping. You think I'm dumb." He said, "What is in my phone?" She said, "Dumbass N-word." She said, Dom says, "There's nothing in my phone." Kenzie says, "Watch your back." Dom says, "Crazy you're threatening me this. I'd never try to hurt you like that, but okay." Kenzie says, "You're going to be more than hurt." Ah. This is literally on February 21st. Who would know that 5 months, 4 months later, 5 months later, she would kill him? She says, "You're going to be more than hurt." Dom says, "You're doing this because I don't want to make up a little argument to you. Like, this isn't right, but okay, try to ruin my life or do whatever you say you're going to do." Kenzie says, "The fact that you're still saying little, you have come way too far. I mean, you will be sitting in jail, so I don't know." Dom says, "Yeah, right. You can't do anything." Kenzie says, "LOL. You can come get your clothes and scrapbook. It will be outside. I need everything that's mine from your house." He said, "Just keep it." She said, "You deadass just lost the best thing you will ever get." "Okay, it's going in the trash then." Dom said, "Kenzie, you're the one who's doing this, not me." Kenzie says, "I'm putting me first." Dom says, "What clothes do I even have?" Kenzie says, "I would never marry a man like you. My standards are too high. You lie to my face 4 times a week." Dom says, "How do I lie? What do I lie about?" Kenzie says, "Can't keep a promise, fake apology, putting rug addicts above me, ignoring my calls, terrible communication skills, terrible vibes, terrible social skills, and terrible at photos. Want me to keep going or is that good enough? Likes to keep old items from old hookups." Dom says, "I don't have any of that shit." Kenzie says, likes to make it about the other person when it's about you. I have to tell you to apologize. I have to tell you how to apologize. I have to tell you when you're doing something wrong. I have to tell you how to fix your problems. I have to tell you when I'm mad or sad because you're too dumb to notice. Aw, is that the only thing you have an excuse to. Such a sad soul. Remember when you threw me to the ground when I broke Jada's glasses? Dom says, I just don't know what to say at this point. I love you, but I can't change how you feel, and I need healthy boundaries for myself too. Kenzie said, the PUSSY was that good. I remember it. Dom says, you were breaking my shit. It's just the fact that you're breaking my shit, and I didn't throw you to the ground. Kenzie says, you did. Dom says, and I didn't know they were hers. Kenzie says, and then you held me down. You did. Dom said, after the fact. Kenzie said, nope, you knew. Dom said, they're still probably not hers. It's a cheap pair of glasses from my garage. Kenzie said, because you're a pig. Yet you felt the need to throw a human to the ground over them. So sad. Dom says, I didn't throw you to the ground. She says, you did. You grabbed me and threw me on the floor, then held my arms down. I have a great memory. I'm sure your bipolar ass would forget, for real. You can't even remember how many chances I can give you or how many times you effed up in this relationship. Dom said, I was 17 and immature. I don't know what you want me to say. Yeah, I did a couple things when I was 17, but I never do none of that again. Kenzie says, yeah, I'm sure. You're still immature and act like you're 17. And you were better like when you were 18, you've just been going downhill. Like I'm literally more mature than you. Dom says, how was I doing that? Kenzie says, better than you're doing now. You weren't a effing piece of shit. Dom says, yeah, now I've been depressed because of my mom. I'm not a piece of shit now. Kenzie said, and whose fault is that? You are. He says, I'm super good to you. She says, you're not. If I have to threaten to break up with you once a week, you're not good. Dom says, yeah, I do everything you want. She said, not even close. You don't. You're dry AF, terrible replies. Dom says, I don't know anyone else that could do what I do. Kenzie says, can't answer the phone, puts rugs over me. Dom says, rug addicts like who? Oh, she said, put rug addicts over me. And he said, rug addicts like who? Kenzie says, you're sad about potentially losing your mom, so you're going to push me away too. I'm giving you a final chance before you're blocked and I'm going to bed. He says, I'm not trying to push you away. I have my boundaries. She says, my way or nothing. I'm so serious. Last chance. He says, I know this isn't right, so I'm not entertaining it. Like I love you and would do anything for you, but I have my boundaries. She says, you clearly wouldn't do anything for me if you can't make up a little issue. If it's so small, then just fix it, but you can't. Dom says, like, I'll always keep trying to get better and do nice things for you, but not if it's because you're threatening me. Kenzie says, because you know what you did is wrong. You know you're never going to change. You do this every 3 days. If you're making it up to me, it's going to have to be something good because you're in a deep hole right now. I mean, all my threats are going to come true if this goes a bad way. There's those threats. Literally, he's the civil one here. Now we're starting to see how she drove that car into that brick wall at 100 miles per hour. She's disgusting. She said, I mean, all my threats are going to come true if this goes a bad way. Dom emphasized his message. She said, last chance. You have until 12 tomorrow. If nothing is made up to me by then, you just lost me. She says, I didn't ask about your boundaries. I don't care about them. Isn't about them. This is about your terrible attitude in your future. Dom says, you have a worse attitude than me, babe. Kenzie says, if you want a future with a trophy wife, you're going to have to make it up to me by 12 o'clock tomorrow. If you choose not to, then you're not going to have a girlfriend anymore, and you're going to regret ever talking to me in the first place. And my attitude is only going to keep getting worse as long as you keep acting like this. Dom says, Kenzie, I'm not doing this over threats. Like, this isn't right. She said, answer now. He said, you know this isn't right. She said, so you don't want a girlfriend? He says, I do, but not if you're going to threaten to ruin my life. She said, you want to be single? So you don't want a girlfriend? Question mark, question mark, question mark. He says, you're being immature. She said, yes or no. So do you want a girlfriend? He said, you know that isn't right. He says, I do. She said, okay, see you before 12. She says, you're also going to have to ask me to be your girlfriend again because we're broken up right now. He says, Kenzie, I'm not doing this. Your attitude is worse than mine. If you want me in your life, I'll be in your life. Kenzie says, it's whatever you do tomorrow is shitty. You're going the F home and you just lost the best thing that ever happened to you. So you're not going to make it up to me as what you're saying right now, which means you don't want a girlfriend, which means I'm breaking up with you and you're getting blocked tonight. Is that what you're saying? This is serious. Seriously, your last chance. This is sad. Dom says, Kenzie, you're saying I got to make something up to you by noon tomorrow? Like, that's 10 hours from now. What do you want me to do? And if not, you're going to ruin my life. Like, don't you think this is unreasonable a little? Kenzie says, who would have thought it would have ended like this? Simply due to you not being able to make it up to me. How would you ever expect to be married when you can't even make something up to me? It's either you take 12 o'clock or you do not have a girlfriend and you have nobody. You can go be friends with Topher and Angelo. Dom says, how do I expect to marry you when you threatened to break up with me because I didn't answer the phone and because I had a bad attitude? Like, this isn't right and you know it. Kenzie says, it's either you take 12 o'clock or you do not have a girlfriend and you have nobody. She says, it's either 12 o'clock. Oh, she sent that twice. I thought I was crazy. Oh, she sent it 3 times. She said, pick now, I'm going to bed. Dom says, like, I'll always keep trying to get better and do nice things for you, but not if it's this because you're threatening me. Kenzie said, it's either you take 12 o'clock or you do not have a girlfriend and you have nobody. Pick now. I'm going to bed. He says, I'm not picking anything. I'm going to bed too. She says, then we're done. You're single and you just effed up. Say bye to freedom. She said, "Aw, your name is in it. Good night." Wow, she's evil. He says, "I can move out of the state in a week. I'll guess I'll just book it in Florida. Like, who for real thought you didn't care about me and you're a rat?" Kenzie says, "If you're not gonna hold it down for me, I'm not doing shit for you, and you're a gross cheater with no dick game. You like little girls." Dom says, "Last thing I'd ever do is try to do something like that to you." Kenzie says, "No wonder all the girls in your grade don't wanna date you. You should have took that as a red flag." Dom said, "You know none of that is true." Kenzie says, "I mean, you would be with someone your age if it wasn't." She says, "I'll be up till 12 o'clock waiting." Dom says, "I was with girls in my grade that I met. Then I met you." She says, "Oh, yeah? Then you admitted to cheating. Cool." He says he questioned her message. She says, "If you're not up to make it up to me, if you're not here to make it up to me by 12 o'clock tomorrow, I will be headed to Florida." Dom says, "Why are you headed to Florida?" Kenzie says, "You will be, not me. It's either you're here by 12 o'clock with your plan ready to make it up to me, or you should just be in your little car on the way to Florida. I would tell Will to go too." Dom says, "I don't want to do anything for you if it's over a threat like this. If you didn't do all of this or dropped it, I would do something nice for you another day, but like this is crazy and it isn't right." Kenzie says, "You never do nice things for me just because you always have to be told because you're like an effing dog. Do you have to be told how to literally do anything that involves a relationship? You don't even know how to how to have a effing proper relationship still. This is your last chance. I'm going to start texting new people. Last effing chance." Dom says, "I do nice things for you all the time. You're crazy. You'll realize." She said, "Last chance. Last chance. You're going to make it up to me good as F tomorrow." He says, "Kenzie, I don't care if you love me, you wouldn't do this." She says, "If you love me, you would make it up to me. This is about you. Remember, this is about you. I'm literally 3 seconds away from egging your house or breaking a rock through your window. So I would figure this out before it happened. Threats are only going to keep coming worse and worse. Like I'm going to go to the police and tell them you have child porn on your phone." I'm sorry. She's disgusting. Yeah, write the parole board when it's her turn. Yeah, we should. He had no problem attracting women for sure. No, he didn't. He was handsome. The only way she could keep a boyfriend is to threaten his life. Yeah, because nobody wants her. Nobody wants to date her. I feel like I know him and want to help him, give him super hugs. She says, wow, you have child corn on your phone. He says, yeah, if you dropped all of this, we would go to like Myrtle Beach or something dope. But like, I don't want that to be over a threat. Kenzie said, pick your poison. I would never want to go anywhere with you. You're literally just going to be a piece of shit and make it miserable and punch the sand. Dom says, you have child corn on your phone. I don't have shit. Kenzie said, English. Dom says, in. She said, your camera. Last chance. I'm dead ass. You're getting effing blocked. You will be sitting in prison, or you could be getting an effing trophy wife and make it up to her. Dom says, I don't have shit. You have shit. I don't get that. Kenzie says, I will send all your friends to jail, including you. This is why our friend relationship will never be special. Dom says, Kenzie, I'm not going to do this if you're going to threaten to put me in jail. Kenzie says, you have to be forced to do anything. You never did apologize for yourself. You can never make it up to yourself. That is literally your last chance to say yes. Dom says, Kenzie, you're acting crazy. Like you wouldn't do this to someone you love. Kenzie said, this is your last chance to say yes. If you're smart and you want a girlfriend, you will say yes. This is your last chance to type out the word yes. You have 5 minutes. I would think about this and reply. Any reply counts, and you will be instantly blocked. No explanations. If I was you, I would do it. I'm effing telling you to, because clearly your stupid ass goddamn head can't understand how to treat an effing woman. I'm not telling you how to make it up to me. I'm giving you a time. Dom says, Kenzie, you don't treat me good either. Like you're making the craziest threats ever. She says, if you're not here before that time or like 5 minutes after, we will never effing talk again. And it will be the worst decision you ever made in your life. Is that your answer? After I just said that, last chance. He says, Kenzie, I want to make you happy, but if not, if it's going to be like this. She says, before you literally F up your life, last chance. 3 times the charm. This is literally at 2:42 in the morning too. So they're arguing at 2:42 in the morning. She's not a woman. No, she's not. Not at all. She's Satan. Yeah, she is. Okay. He says, if I make it up this time, will you promise not to threaten to ruin my life for any of this BS? Kenzie says yes or no. Oh, Dom's gonna do it. Obviously he does, because they remain together, right? She says, why the F would I make any promises to you after you can't keep one? Do you think I'm dumb? Like, are you dumb? What the F? Why the F? She's so mad. She's not even typing right. Weighing the FID work worth you. Dom says, like, this is so hostile. She said, like, what is wrong with you? How are you so effing slow? Like, tell me. I'm for real so confused. How did you get so effing slow? Yes or no? He says, Kenzie, you're threatening to ruin my life. You're trying to extort me. Like, WTF? Kenzie said, why is that so hard for you to do? Yes or no? Last reply. He says, let me do something nice for you. She said, you will instantly be blocked. He said, another day. She said, OMG, OMG, OMG. You're joking, right? 5, 4, 3, 2. Then she sends 5 question marks, 5 more question marks, and more question marks. Then he says, Kenzie, this isn't right. How many times do I have to say this? She says, nah, because you're literally in such a deep effing hole. Dom says, like, you keep threatening worse and making me not want to make it up even more. Kenzie says, I don't give a single F. She says, wow. He says, like, why would I want to do this? She said, I guess we're done. This is sad. He says, "You're threatening to ruin my life. What the F? I want to say yes, but not if you're threatening me." Kenzie says, "You wasted my whole high school, the whole effing thing. I should have just listened to Megan." Dom says, "You're acting crazy. I love you and would do anything for you out of love, not out of threats." She says, "You wouldn't. And no, and you don't. I'll believe it when I see it. Until then, we are broken up." He says, "You have seen it time and time again." And that was at 2:47 a.m. And then she's sending a bunch of TikToks. Dom says, "I do all of those. I could do something better, but you know I do all of those." And then he sends a bunch of TikToks. They're like sending TikToks to each other about relationships. He says, "Add me on Snap," at 10:37 a.m. He says, "I'm not doing anything if it's because you're threatening me, but I will come over and talk if you want." She says, "You must want to be single. We are done only if you have effort." He said, "You stop the threats, I will have effort." She said, "Too late. We are done." He said, "If that's how you feel, then that's fine." She said, "You had your chance to make this right. You chose not to. Now you will be single forever." Dom says, "I would do anything for you if it's not over a threat." Kenzie said, "Aw, stop telling yourself that. You sound slow AF." Dom says, I'll be just fine, babe. I don't know why you want to be me to be miserable. I hope you find happiness." She says, "You're going to be miserable and you're going to be sitting in effing jail, and that's a threat. You just messed up the best thing that ever happened in your life, and now your freedom will be, girl, you just F with the wrong bitch. Be scared." Dom says, "I'm not entertaining these threats. I know I'm not going to go to jail. I know the law." Kenzie says, "So do I." Dom says, "I'll be fine. I hope everything goes good with you." She says, "Thank you for literally effing both of my best friends and wasting my high school. I'm going to let you know you still have until 12, but we are broken up." He says, "I'm sorry, Kenzie. I was 17 and immature. I hope you know I'm not that person anymore." She says, 12 and it's already 11 a.m. She says, "I'm going to give you till 12 o'clock to think this through because, like I said, this is your life and you know how bad you were without me. You're always going to be an immature little F on the inside, and you know that." Dom says, "I'm better now, babe. If you want to work this out another way, we can, but I'm not entertaining the threats." Kenzie says, "I'm telling you right now, Dom, this is your last chance to be here before 12 o'clock and make this up to me. I'm not your babe. It's either my way or you're single." Dom says, "I'll come talk to you, but I'm not doing this make it up or threats thing." Kenzie says, "You're going to make it up to me, and I'm not going to tell you how. We're not going to talk because I don't give a single F about your shitty, stupid opinion because it doesn't mean a single thing in the situation. So this is how it's going to go, or we're done forever." Dom says, "I don't know what you even expect me to do in an hour, anyways." Kenzie says, "You're a whole joke. So embarrassing. Yeah, this is probably not going to work." She says, "Like, I think you're the most physically dumb person I've met my whole life. How can somebody be so effing bad at having a relationship? Yeah, this is not going to work." Dom says, "I can't believe this." Kenzie said, "You should. It's real life." And then it jumps to 4:46. She says, "Want to make food?" Dude, she threatens him like this, and then they go back to like making food and stuff. I don't get it. This is literally psycho. Ew. Yeah, abuelita's right because she let dirty old men massage her feet with their wiener. Wow. Literally her does she have a psych evaluation? They should have done that, I think, in the court, in the trial. Like, they should have made sure because I said it earlier. I was like, she doesn't need to be in the prison system. She needs to be in the mental health prison system. Okay, so now it's 4:46. She says, "Wanna make food?" Dom? He says, "Yes, dude, is being late, so Imma hit a play, then you wanna make pasta. I don't think the alligator will be defrosted." What? Alligator? Please don't tell me you're eating that. I'm horrified. Tom says, "Let me know because you have to run to the store." She says, "You want to? We can make pasta and and fruit." after you do that so you can actually pay attention to me. Dom says, you want to do those other noodles as a side dish to something else another day, and we can make the noodles so we have more. She said, what? Are you dumb? Why would you just hang up after I ask you an effing question? But whatever. Already proved yourself wrong. Dom says, oh, I thought you were talking to your mom and was away from the phone. It was super quiet. Must be your phone or something. She says, I'm for real annoyed. He says, why? She says, Danny gets back from that theater thing, we have to sing happy birthday. So I have to wait to do dinner, I guess. Dom says, how long is that going to be? He says, we can make this quick. She said, bruh, no. What are you in a rush to do? He says, okay, then I thought we would just try to eat, but either way is cool. She says, I'ma come soon. He said, bet. And then she sends a bunch of TikToks. And then he says at 7:08, I'm running down the street real quick, then I'll be ready. She says, on the way. He says, I'll be back in 5. She said, bet. Where are you? Is it unlocked? He said, the door is unlocked. He said, sorry. She said, bruh. He said, dropping bag. She said, then come get me. He said, bet. He said, here at 7:21. And then it goes to 7:22. And we're going to stop there. I'm tired of reading these for tonight. And I didn't realize it's already been 4 hours. Holy shit. Between this and all the documents I read earlier, literally, I will not have a voice tomorrow. And how am I supposed to come on here and stream? No, I know. I'm covering the Lauren Hidden true crime situation. So I've been reading those documents. So please, please, please watch that live if you missed it. It's fairly long. We're reading all the documents. We're finishing them tomorrow and we're going to get through the exhibits. And I have 4 more lives planned tomorrow. We're doing Brian Koberger and I'm doing a few other cases. What day is it? So we are on the 22nd. So we almost got through February. Why did that take us so long? Okay, so let me write this down so we don't get lost tomorrow. I'll make a thumbnail and set a live up for the next part. Oh my gosh, you guys, I don't think the next few months are very long because we're already like 26,000 pages in. So we're literally getting to the end of the times here with these text messages. Yes, yes, your brain melted. I know I've been live for 4 hours. That's like insane. Wow. Thanks, Melly. Yeah, that was a long month. We did do a lot of communication, which I do like. I like to be interactive. So long and no V-Day. I know. No V-Day. They must have had a good V-Day then. Anyways, Kenzie's such an a-hole. Yeah, she is. I appreciate you guys for being here. There was a lot of you for almost the entire time. So I definitely appreciate you guys. Please, please hit the like button on the way out. I blurted out a crackle when you read that comment. Yeah. Please hit the like button, hype this live up. Like I said, we will be continuing. I'll be live pretty much all day tomorrow. So definitely make sure you turn on your notifications. We will continue to do a Kenzie text reading tomorrow. I have like 4 lives planned that I want to do. Thank you, AMG. I appreciate you. And shout out to all the mods. Thank you for being here. Like I said, loyal to the soil. Exactly. Please hit that like button on the way out. I hope you guys have a good night. And like I said, I will be definitely live tomorrow. So I will see you guys then. Thank you for being here. Have a good night. Bye.